Good evening, everybody. Hello, you can probably see me now. Hello, and good evening, and welcome to the group stage 3 of the Commanders 2024 World Championships. I've just accidentally booted my Hearts of Iron game in debug mode, so that's going to be a moment. But you join us tonight on a good evening. We've got a good evening of high-impact games. We've got 2 semi-finals followed by a final. It's going to be a long evening, so strap on in. My name is Midgeman. I will be your host for today, and I am one of the tournament organizers. Just as a quick tournament update, we are coming to you live right now. I hope everybody can hear me okay. There is a delay on this stream, so do be aware of that. I will try to read chat as much as possible, but if I get to you late, then that is why. It's about a 5-minute delay. That's just for safety, but huge things have happened. Huge things have just happened. One of our players for tonight has thrown in the towel. They've got too many other games on and can't actually make tonight's final despite playing through it. So we have re-rolled from the people who drew, and we are going to be seeing Marcelo playing against Jarko in this first matchup. Going to be coming to you very soon with that. But I've just got to do some little bits of admin. If you're looking for the rules of the tournament or anything, they are available at doris.to/HOI Commanders. If you're seeing this on the Steam store, hello. If you're following to us on YouTube or you're coming to us from the Commander page, that's also fine. Also, this is being streamed on Twitch as well. So pick your favorite platform and come find us. I'm just doing 2 final things here. I need a shareable link from this one. Because I need to go. Boom, boom. Apologies, friends. Slightly behind on the admin because of this last minute change. I need to get that all sorted. Okay, I can't seem to embed this. Let's go for... This is what happens when I edit live. Apologies. Right, cool. That's that sorted. I was just making sure the website was up to date. Right. Let's get into some Hearts of Iron action. Also, hello, everybody. Welcome on in. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm looking forward to it. We're going to go into our first best of 3 right now. Hello, guys. Hello. Can you hear me? How are you doing? So we're going to start getting ready into this first best of 3. Jarko, you are player 1, so you have the... pick of your map. So if you wouldn't mind just 2 seconds, repeat that because you were not audible on the stream. I've now fixed that.
I'm picking across the Rhine.
Okay, across the Rhine. So Marcelo, you are going to have the pick of faction, and with that as well, the first ban when we get into the game. Marcelo, what faction would you like on across the Rhine?
Axis.
You want Axis? Okay, let's get a game set up. If you wouldn't mind sharing me an ID. Jarko, as your player 1, you have the if you have the host. And yeah, let's get to this. Are you excited? Are you ready?
I think yes, we are ready.
Also, where are you both coming to us from? Jarko, if you don't mind, what nation are you representing here today?
We both representing Poland.
Oh, you're both from Poland. Hello. I love Poland. I've been to Poland 3 times now. It's a lovely country. Team Poland. Okay, I see how it is. Right. Whilst those guys get everything set up, I hate the new Discord spooky noises. I really hate the Discord spooky noises. Yeah. We got a team of people from Poland. I'm just waiting on the game ID, which has just come in. Good, and then we'll switch to a lovely in-game scene. In fact, let's do that right now. Let's head in-game. If the game is going to capture, I don't think it is. Give me 2 seconds. Oh no, there it is. Haha, it is. I had already set it up. I'm a professional streamer, everybody. Here we go. So I'm going to hit observe. We are on across the Rhine. Let's make sure that they put the ban options on. Have you put the pick and ban option on?
Yes.
Yeah, cool. Then let's ready up and get in game. Okay, so let's get these bans. So Marcelo, you are the player that gets the first ban, as you were the second to pick, and you're going for 9th Army.
So 9th Army was the ban of Yarkos. I'm going to ban Communist Forces.
Go for it. Communist Forces and 9th Army, 2 of our newer factions. But okay, when you're ready, let's get this game on to go. Good luck, and yeah, you guys can mute now and feel free. Right, so we're in the first game. Welcome to Commanders. If you've never seen Commanders before, it is a modded variant of HOI4, which brings it into a wonderful competitive 1v1, 2v2 or 3v3, today 1v1 scenario. Name of the game is very simple. Axis versus allies. Each player has 500 life points. The life points will tick down if the opponent, if you hold the 3 victory points on the map. On this map, across the Rhine, it happens to be Amsterdam, Cologne, and Frankfurt. If you hold the majority of the VPs, you will tick down your enemy's score. That, or you could capitulate them. If you manage to capitulate your enemy by taking all of their territory, you can also win that way. So they're the 2 ways to win. Axis and allies, there are various factions. It's HOI4, but sped up, basically. That's what you're in for today. I will do my best to go through everything if you've never seen this before and explain as we go. Again, if you're watching live, remember that there is a delay on these streams, and you know, that's how it's going to go. I will try my best to keep up with chat, and also forgive me, I'm not totally up to date with whatever the current meta is on this mod, despite being one of the people helping make it. That's just how it's working. Anyway, so let's take a look at currently the player on allies is Jarko, I believe. Hang on, I can do this through going to the player map mode. Yeah, Jarko is on allies. Let's see how he's set up his initial production and industry. Okay, so we've got a main production going on. Sorry, just double checking some things. We've got 14 factories on guns, 2 on artillery, 1 on civilian trains, and then future mapped out for transports. Most of the Navy going into convoys right now. Nothing out of the normal there. They're currently halfway through deciding their industry tech. The game is obviously paused at the minute. Both players will decide when they're ready to get this going. And then Marcelo here setting up their initial industry. We've got 2 people going for dispersed right now. And I think we'll probably see a similar array on production. Slightly fewer. I need to just double check the factory count. 9 on guns versus 7 on guns, I believe. Yeah, 9 on guns versus 7 on guns. Spread out with a bit of AA, artillery, and trucks coming in early, making sure that they get the support equipment and civilian trains. So a slightly more varied line of production for Marcelo here compared to Jarko. Jarko was our higher rated score player, but I will say Marcelo has definitely scored some big hits, managing to beat quite a few of our more veteran players in this tournament thus far. I'm very excited to see how they play. I think we're going to have a pretty high-octane first couple of bouts here, as both of these players seem to be pretty strong. Both of them... Sorry, I was just confirming some rules, confirming some playoff. After this, by the way, to announce what the second game is going to be, we have Zad versus Player. Player, a very skilled player, and Zad is kind of one of our previous pros, but was more lower ranked in the tables. That being said, they've been playing very, very well again this tournament. So we're going to have some really interesting games tonight. Some really, really interesting games. You can change to no sound on Discord when you mute everything. I have muted everything. It's the special like Halloween sounds are overriding my settings, and it's very frustrating. If you happen to know where the Halloween setting sounds are on Discord, Mako, please tell me. That would be really good to know. But yeah. Okay, the game is rolling now, so we will have a few months now until war. If you look over here in the events and decisions, if you've never played this before, basically there is now a build-up period before the war starts. War will begin, I believe, on January 1st, so it's about half a year. This tooltip here is wrong. We have 206 days to war, as you can see here by the countdown. Basically, it's a small chance for the players to build up their forces, take certain focuses, and develop their nation enough that they can fight this fight. And then after that, it's all-out warfare. All-out warfare indeed. So we've got some infantry divisions in design for Jarko. I'm guessing these are just the 12-width basics. They haven't got enough army XP to change for a 1-width division to actually spam out numbers just yet. So they're making do with what they've got. There's no changes to the... Oh, no! I'm wrong. There's a change to the production queue. A light tank is going in. And this is a really early light tank design that... Oh my god, this is decent. Look at the armor stats. So this light tank here is going to be used for recon companies to add armor to your infantry. From what I can tell, this makes some very, very potent infantry, and I'd like to see where this is going. Production cost is also nice and low. They're getting a second industry line here for weapons, which I believe they're going to use to... Oh, it's slightly hidden by the Gotthardammerang, available on November 14th, by the way, Gotthardammerang line here, but they're continuing their arms expansion. They're going down the industry side of their tree. This is the focus tree, everybody. Basically, there's a load of choices that you can make, but the one that we should be watching out right now is here. It is the industry tree, and our players are rushing down for their arms industry. I won't be surprised if we don't see at least one dip as well into the industrial sector before we get any faction choices coming on in as well. Over on the Axis side of things, under Marcelo, dispersed industry is being completed as a research, and yeah, we're seeing the same thing. We're going for the final arms industry expansion, and then we might get a faction pick or some civilians picked up. Let's check the production queue here. We have a medium tank. Okay, so this is light tank versus medium tank choice. And if we've got a medium tank, I wonder if we're about to see a tank faction come in. Something maybe along the lines of Panzer Group West. It's an old fan favorite of one of the faction choices. Or we could see a Hungary, we could see something that utilizes tanks a bit more, and we might be getting some Space Marines. Space Marines, for those of you who don't know the terminology in the eSports scene of Hearts of Iron, Space Marine is a unit where they combine both infantry and tanks in the lines of the unit, rather than having a specialized division. Basically adding very, very strong armored infantry, rather than using the faster speeds of the tank. That's basically what that is. High org, high defense, big bashing. Space Marines, of course, not a thing that are disallowed by this tournament, because there are ways to counter them within this mod, especially with the restricted IC that we have in this mod. Industrial capacity and the time to build up. If you can chew through the tanks with anti-tank, it becomes very hard to sustain those troop tights. Either way, I don't know if we've seen an infantry division redesign. We have, and we've got US forces coming on in for Jarko. Okay, so US forces has been locked in. There's now the two choices of the USMC, or what we're getting today, which is US 12th Army Group. This has been a user favorite army group since the beginning of Commanders, since all the way back before it was even called Commanders, or Commanders in Conflict for that matter, when it was just a one-shot show on a long-forgotten YouTube channel. US 12 was the big bad one that everyone feared. US 12 gives you a great combination of tank companies, infantry companies, and just strong infantry. It's a very adaptable commander, and it's going to be really good. It also, at the end of the tree, the US get a really big industry boost. Obviously, most of this follows the history of World War II, in that fact of US being the arsenal of democracy. This player as well is skillfully going for the Detroit Arsenal shared line beforehand, because the Detroit Arsenal shared line should automatically give a better tank template from when you get the tank division. This is expert use of the tree. They're using game knowledge to understand how you do things. Basically, there's various ways that you can take focuses within the tree, and this is one of the pro moves that you can take within the US 12, because taking Detroit Arsenal before you take Hell on Wheels will upgrade the tanks you get in this division template. So that's what we've got going on there. Let's see if the Axis are making their... The Axis are making their choice, and that, Sammy Rangers, is the Army of the Isthmus, one of our Finland trees. Okay, Finnish air defense. We're going for a no-air Finland build here. So... going down the Army of the Isthmus line, well, what can we expect from Army of the Isthmus? Army of the Isthmus is designed to be a strong infantry and special forces tree that does not have to rely on fighters and air cover. The idea is that tactics here will outdo air forces. Now, I don't think our allied player is going to be focusing on air, so this might not be as strong as it seems, but we will see. It's going to come down to how the infantry templates are done. Exactly. Thank you, Mikey, for giving me that text on how to change those Halloween effects, because I hate them. I can't turn them off. But anyway, how are we all doing? Is anyone in chat another one of the Commanders players? I look forward to... it would be lovely to see if any of you are. But I'm also looking forward to this tournament. I will have to get a drink very soon. Oh, hello. Hello. Event sound pack under notifications. Thanks, Mike. You absolute star. Fab. It's weird. They overwrite even my natural sounds on Discord. So we are now probably, 36 days away from the war. The war is about to hit. Let's see. Do we have any tanks on the field? We do have the 1st Armored Division in the field for the allies, no tanks in the field directly for the Axis. We do, however, see some 8-width motorized divisions here, which are going to be used to rush for the victory points. I think our Axis player here, Marcelo, is going to be looking to get a strong line that he can hold at the river in order to stop and advance over, whilst we're going to see possibly a later game build coming in from our allied player, with the improved light tanks. I don't know if these have made it into the infantry template. They have. Have they made it into the armored template? They have not. So they're going to be using recon infantry here. And have we got tanks in any of the templates over here? No. So there is no armor on the standard infantry divisions of our Axis player. There is, however, tanks have been put into these Sami Ranger divisions. Okay, so these Ranger divisions here, these ones with the little up arrow, the little bear claw on the helmet, these are the ones we're going to have to look for, because these are going to be the key special forces in the field for our Axis player. And if I'm not mistaken, 20 days left. Here we go. We're seeing the final pieces be put on the board. Of course, they can continue to build up their forces when we get into the game. Damn, that's a big deficit of light tanks. Hopefully this can be overcome. It's 60 days, which is more than feasible to undo. However, if you start taking losses, that's going to compound. We have seen a switch to infantry equipment 2 as well on our allied player, and they've built a second line rather than changing on over. We haven't seen infantry equipment 2 be taken by our Axis player, but there are flame tanks going into production. Flame tanks are excellent. They give you a bonus to river crossings. They're going to pack a punch. They're going to pack a punch. But yes, this is a best of 3, so we're going to see at least 2 games from these players. I'm wondering if we'll get 3, and then we're also going to have a second semi-final after that, and then a final. We're here for a while, gang. We are here for a while. I am going to need a drink. I'm going to need a drink of water. But yes, we're full of fun-packed action today, gang. Oh, I feel good being back in the Commanders mod. It's been a while. I really enjoy casting this. I've always enjoyed casting Commanders games, and I'm looking forward to the Paradox Held finals that are going to be happening over on their YouTube channels next week. I'm going to be being joined by Dankus and CMOPS, as well as a host of other guests for those massive cash tournament prizes. The end of today, someone will win 250 euros, but they will automatically qualify for next week, and next week they have the chance of winning up to 5,000 euros. 5,000. So there we go. There is the declaration of war, and already we are seeing a massive rush from the Axis player. We are going to see the Axis storm towards the victory points. They've crossed the Rhine. Mic drop, that's the map name. Cologne has been taken, Amsterdam has also been taken, and Frankfurt is on the doorstep. This is a slow out the gate maneuver here from our allied player, but look at these forces zerg forward. We have 73 battalions versus 66. 73 divisions versus 66 divisions in favor of the Allies. It's these initial battles. These are going to be really important. Can the Allies secure any of the victory points? The points have already ticking. 10 VPs are down. 10 life points have gone. This is a lot of damage that will stack up and reduce how much time our allied player has to play here. But the forces on the allied side, the composition of the units might be just a little bit stronger with those recon tanks, and the US has pretty decent generals. We're going to have some really good stacks coming in. We've got a force attack being landed towards Rotterdam, which is going to do a lot of strength damage. Yep, good. They've stopped that combat on the Axis side of things. There we go. Okay, the line has stabilized. A last stand has come in as well on the Axis side. Is that going to be from... Oh, that's a last stand on the... That might be a misclick. That's a huge mistake. So, the 7 divisions here are being last standed. I believe it's the green commander here. If you didn't know from the mechanics of the mod, last stand, the cost of it is massive. We've really buffed... I mean, the pushing the buttons of forced attack or last stand with a large amount of troops will cost you almost all of the command power that you have for a game. That's not going to generate back as fast. Those cost 3 times more than they do in base game. You can't endlessly click them. So you need to use them wisely. And this might be way too early, but we might be about to see an encirclement. Jarko needs to wake up a little bit here. There's a possible encirclement near Maastricht. 11 divisions are close to getting out. And this might close. This pocket might close. This could be a huge moment where 11 divisions are fully encircled. Some of those troops need to get evacuated out. He needs to pull those stacks out before this gap closes. And bring an extra gap, bring a couple extra units there. Oh, there we go. Okay. That is 6 divisions encircled. No, they've been opened to the top. The pocket has instantly, as soon as it's been closed, it's been reopened. But the motorized are being used here by Marcelo, possibly to try and get a bigger pocket around Antwerp. And know that those smaller motorized divisions with less HP have been pushed back. The pocket has there's no risk of the pocket anymore. But Marcelo is firmly across the Rhine here. Very firmly across the line. And those VP points are still ticking. We're almost 100 down. Okay. Attacks going. Let's take a look at the casualties. 94 Axis casualties to 68 Allied casualties. Those Allied casualties, despite also being in the pocket plus being on the attack, being lower is a good marker of how much those light tanks are dissuading unit casualties. Let's see how badly they're going to be out of the deficit of light tanks in 30 days. That's going to be good for them. Honestly, I think our Allied player could afford to stop attacking right now, get out of some of this equipment deficit, get the troops up to strength, and then attack again. Because right now, they're not making much progress, and all the while they do, they kind of weaken themselves. We've got manpower ticks coming in. Manpower is slightly lessened on the Allies right now, but let's see what their manpower laws are. Extensive conscription from our Allied player, and we are extensive conscription from our Axis player. I think it's down to less troops in the field right now that we're seeing those differences. Can I show you the Allied division template? Yes. The Allied division template is a 10 width with armored recon company here and support artillery. And that is rocketry being upgraded. This is smashing into a 12 width with AA and support artillery. The AA obviously is actually getting a bit of piercing in, but it's not quite enough to pierce those armored recon tanks. The semi-Ranged divisions getting their 3rd medium tank in the template, and they've been upgraded to have medium flame tanks. Those semi-Rangers, which are, I believe, on the Green Army here, yep, these ones here, these are going to pack a punch, and we might actually be seeing that come in very, very soon. The problem with this location right now is not the air cover. Broken ciphers. Why is this not? Oh, it is pushing through. It's just slowed down. Yeah, these guys are the ones we're going to be watching. They could get some encirclements. But all the while we talk about this, our Allied player is losing VPs. They're losing VPs and losing them fast because they do not have a single one of our key victory points of the Across the Rhine map. Amsterdam, Cologne, or Frankfurt. They need to take those. And they need to get a shifty on. M1 Grand being researched. That's going to make cheaper infantry equipment, if I remember correctly. We've recently reworked all of the focus trees in this mod. They now are completely reworked, restructured. They work completely different. There's also new factions. So even me, even though I helped design all of this, I need to remember what things do now, because things changed. Things changed quite a bit. Enemy cipher has been decrypted and broken. Great pocket across the river, by the way. This is a really strong front line, giving it some breathing room, making it all the harder for the Allies to actually retake towards Cologne. Cologne obviously is on the Allies side of the Rhine. It is easier for the Allies to take, so for the Axis to be holding this for so long, it's excellent. These semi-rangers might push through here as well. They might continue a drive through. keeping up the offensive here is looking really, really good. Although there is a counter-attack in the north towards Dusseldorf. Counter-attack in the north. Cologne might be about to fall here because of those attacks. Just as well as I was talking about it. Just as I was saying that this pocket across the Rhine is actually proving well for the Axis. To be fair, all they have to do is hold it for delay the assault, hold it for as long as possible. But they are actually closing this pocket fast. The Allies are beginning to fight back through. Let's take a quick look at the faction losses right now. With a mind eye on Cologne. Keep an eye on Cologne on the left side of the screen there as I look at these. 184k casualties for the Allies and a creeping up to the 193k for the Axis. That gap has closed. That is only a 7k gap now from what it was, which was a 30k gap. Allies taking some heavy casualties, but they are going blow for the Axis. Axis, bitter defense of Cologne going on here. Bonn counter-offensive going in. Cycling troops, both of these players using all the units that they can. Anyone wondering why this area has been left? Neither player wants to expand their front line too much. And Cologne has fallen. Cologne has fallen. And now we are seeing a counter-offensive towards Amsterdam. That is 1VP in favor of the Allies with 290 down. They are down almost half of their entire health points before they've even got anything ticking, and the score still isn't ticking. They need a majority hold to be able to start the bleed on the Axis forces, but Amsterdam, as soon as Amsterdam falls, that bleed will start, and it's looking firm in the hands of the Allies. A slower start, a more reserved start perhaps, but we are seeing a brutal counteroffensive, and they are slowly losing and being crushed by the Allied industry. And it's going to come down to these infantry designs. The infantry designs on the Allies, they've changed from recon support company to airborne light recon, giving those extra bonuses that the airborne light recon does. Look at the stats on this unit. Decent armor, decent piercing, decent breakthrough. Overall, these are going to be packing a punch, even though they're a little 10 width. You can stack a lot of those into battle. I was going to say an agent captured. That's an unfortunate piece of RNG there. Amsterdam might not fall now that agent's been captured, because that's going to be decrypted on the ciphers. And we've got a last stand coming in again. Last stand being pushed into Utrecht. More reserved use of the last stand this time, where they're only going on to 1 infantry division rather than a full 10 that I think it was earlier in the game. Thank you, Alone Fancy, in chat for the player-only units in bottom left. I didn't realize I had that on. It's been a while since I've been playing for HOI, and I think I was using that for some game capture before. Another offensive towards Amsterdam coming in. I don't think this is going to fall. As you can see, that bubble instantly turning red again already. Axis are holding on. That's all they need to do. And we're seeing some APM clicks down in the south. Stuttgart is now being pressured. This whole area where I was saying players don't like to extend their front line is being utilized to try and draw some attention away. Maybe to try and get the gap into Amsterdam, with the Allied offensive initially failing. There's a lot of troops down here, and that's a pretty decent big stack. If you can crush up, maybe they can end up going for Frankfurt. This could be a turn on the heels here, but there is a click coming in the north. The pocket near Eindhoven, the river being crossed. Those semi-rangers, those brutal Axis semi-rangers are pushing on in. They might get counter-clicked across. We're going to have to see. But that's a small encirclement near Ulm. That's 2 divisions going for the Axis, with more Allies pushing on up. I think our Axis player is just going to try and pull back across the Rhine on this side and hope that they can hold an extended front line. But 8 divisions staring across the bridge towards Frankfurt is very, very interesting indeed. But look, we might be able to see a sneak across here towards Dusseldorf. Tank going in to hold that little corner. Dusseldorf and Utrecht. Both of these are key micro VPs, not the main VPs, but these are key positions on the map in which we see a lot of offensives and counter-offensives get maneuvered around. Holding them is kind of key to holding your line. They are provinces that have a lot of connecting provinces, a lot of strength in terms of swaying the map from one way or another. That pocket going to get close towards Ulm. Sorry, little soldiers, your time has come. Other than that, line looking to be pretty stable. One of those Sami Ranger divisions as well, moving down to the south to be ready for some counter-offensive. We're seeing a supported attack go towards Cologne, but I don't think that's going to pivot anytime soon. An attack going across towards The Hague also looks like it's going to flummox. And our Axis player here, Marcelo, is holding very strong, but the casualties are ramping up. We're going to see a real drop in manpower very soon. Amazing game, but what faction did Marcelo go for? Absolutely fine. I will recover that. We are seeing currently a game of US 12th versus Army of the Isthmus. Look at these lovely portraits. Look at them. They look real good. Oh, wait. Allied High Commander hasn't come in. Does he not finish the tree? He didn't finish sync up. Interesting. Not go for the Calliopes, even though he's got the rocket artillery. Or they, sorry. Don't mean to assume. Civil engineering instead, going for the industry first. I understand it, but with the Army of the Isthmus, you have to try and finish your tree real quickly. You want that Sisu. You want to get to Sisu. It is the end cap, the capstone focus, our final focus, the ultimate focus of the tree. It provides huge mobilization speed, recruitable population factor, which is huge in these games when manpower is a limited resource. And also a lot of defense on core territory, so it will stop a capitulation coming in. Defense and attack on core territory. And speaking of an offensive coming in, we're seeing another push towards Frankfurt. I think it is going to hold, but those 6 divisions there, those are looking weak. If they can get an encirclement around Frankfurt, this could prove problematic for our allied player, for our Axis player, as our allies creep closer and closer to the Rhine. They've got 2 pivot points now across the river. The river crossing has been pushed back, but no, 2 of the Sami Range divisions again pushing back in the center. This could end up in a counter encirclement. This could end up in a huge counter encirclement from our Axis player here. They're keeping that attack pinned. They're not wanting to overexpose themselves, but if they can free up some of these divisions that are currently focused on the defense of Frankfurt, there could be a huge risk to all of these allied units right here, right in the center of your map. Another counter-offensive as well going in the north. Düsseldorf being pressured. Okay, the lines have stabilized. The lines have stabilized, everybody. Bit of a lull in the fighting, not seeing too much pressure here. This defense is going to probably carry on through. I'd say that, actually, that's some pressure around Frankfurt. Currently, our allied player just doesn't have quite... They've got a strong force down here, but they haven't got quite the special units to be able to push in. However, that's a green bubble on Frankfurt itself being attacked from multiple directions. Not a full encirclement penalty, but it might be enough. The city and the urban defense, though, will kick in, especially as these multiple combats start fighting their way out. Quite as easily as this could have been an encirclement, this might turn into a counter encirclement really, really quickly if they're not careful. But that's another set of units across the Rhine. They are increasing their hold across this river. And that is actually an encirclement of Frankfurt. The combat's come out in favor of the Allies. It's been reopened. The pocket has been reopened. Those Sami Rangers being used expertly to refill that gap. This is going to be an intense back and forth. We're seeing a last stand as well coming from our Axis player just to make sure those hold. Now, last stand obviously going to increase their defense, but they're also going to increase their unit damage. But we're seeing another counter push towards the train hub just south of Bonn. This is one of those key points on the map I was talking about, those key pivot points. This connection point is a huge logistics pivot point, and if this falls to the Axis, this entire right flank of the Allies might actually fall. So they've got to be really, really careful here as they try to cut open, like they've taken a scalpel across the map, as they try to cut open this pocket. The Allies are trying not to give too much ground as they try to make their desperate advance. 152 VPs remain now. The bleed has slowed, but is it going to be enough? Has our allied player got enough time to begin the bleed on our Axis player? Of course, if the VPs swap, there's 500 VPs that the Axis have to play with as well to begin a counter-offensive. So I don't know. There's an encirclement. There's an overrun as well coming in because of the force attack. That's a huge push and a huge amount of losses. Let's take a look quickly at the war summary as well. Almost 500k casualties for the Allies to 436k for the Axis. The Axis are making a massive, massive swing in the casualty damage coming through. And the Allies are out of manpower. The Allies are going to have to turn tail and recross the Rhine at a different position. They can't hold this Stuttgart-Nuremberg pocket. This is going to have to be ground given, and the Axis are no longer pressured. Marcelo pulling a really strong game here. It's all quiet on the Rhine right now. Small probing attack across the Hague, but these defenses are so strong from our Axis player. I also want to just check something in terms of construction. Are they putting any IC? No, they're just putting all of their IC into making more industry. I was wondering if they put any forts down now that they've been holding the ground for so long, but they are not. We are going to see Sync Up come in now, which is a huge command power game for the Allies. They are going to get Arsenal Democracy, so any IC loss is going to be kind of offset, but the real issue right now is manpower. It is ticking in. They have gone to service by requirement. That's going to slowly flood back in, but is it going to be enough to counteract the losses they are taking? I'm not sure that it is. This is looking very desperate now with 110 VP points left. But just as I was saying, it was getting quiet. We are seeing a push out. The Axis are back on the Allied side of the Rhine. They're looking to close this avenue of Allied advance once and for all. Those Sami Ranger tank divisions absolutely powering their way through. Is Finland secretly a tank commander now? Look at this. No, these are still the Space Marines. Look at these guys. They've got the medium flame tank. They're using medium tanks. Look at this hard attack, soft attack. Almost 300 breakthrough. 36 armor, and that's it. They've thrown in the towel. Our allied player has decided to the discretion is the better part of valor, and they are going to game 2. So that is game 1 to Marcelo. Let's go quickly back to the guys and talk to them. Let's burst on back. GG. Welcome on in. How are you guys? Marcelo, good game. Jarko, good game. Obviously, we are now going to flip those picks for the next leg. So, forgive me, it was Jarko picked map. So, Marcelo, it is your map pick. Correct?
Baltic Blitz, yes. Baltic Blitz I would like to choose.
I pick Axis.
Sure. Okay, Marcelo, if you can get that hosted then, give me the ID and we'll do, Jarko, you'll obviously get the first ban when we go in, and Marcelo, you get it. Remember to put the bans up to 2 now, and the previous matches bans, they carry over.
Okay.
Okay, let's... Okay, let's get in game. Okay, let's remember to get those bans in. The ones that were, so 9th Army, Wehrmacht, and Communist Forces will stick. And then it will be over to Jarko. You get first ban. You're going for Commonwealth 8th Army. Marcelo, what is your ban? Army of the Isthmus. Okay. Well, good luck, gentlemen. Get ready when you're ready, and I will see you on the other side. So, we are on a new map to the game. A new map that came in, I believe, with the most recent update. This is Baltic Blitz. It is a Northern European map with 5 VPs. There were 3 VPs to keep track of last time. On this map, there are 5. Memel, Vilna, Brest-Litovsk, and I believe... look... Oh... I think it's Danzig, and I believe, I don't know if that is a, I think that might be a Leonard special. And if so, he's going to need a talking to at some point. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to call it as, I'm going to call that as look. Look. That's look right there. It's look right there. That's what's going on. It's, But anyway, we are in map 2. Game 1-1 to Marcelo. Jarko needs to win this game to take the best of 3 up to a final game. Or if Marcelo can get the victory here, he's going to be moving through to tonight's final. We'll have a second semi-final after this before we have a last final. It's Marcelo on the Allies, Jarko on the Axis. They flipped this time around, and they are beginning their early game ticks. I think we're going to see a very, very similar early game, at least in production. Allies here going again, 1 artillery, 1 trucks, 8 on weapon 1, 1 on support, 1 on civilian trains. The rest is going to be on convoys. That'll get flipped up very, very quickly, and we're going to see a very similar build here from the Axis, although they're choosing not to go for trains or support equipment. So we might be looking at a tree that will spawn those in for the Axis. Also, the Axis do not need to necessarily commit as many factories to trains, as the Axis do have the ability to commandeer civilian trains as part of the decision tree, same as the fascists do in base game. Also, hello Ultra Chill, welcome on in. Welcome on in everybody in chat. As well, if there is a moderator in Twitch chat, I wonder if you could put me a prediction for this matchup. Marcelo versus Jarko, who's going to win game 2? Is it going to be a 2-0 slam dunk, or are we going to go for a game 3 in this best of 3? And also, as a reminder, everybody, this game has a delay of 5 minutes on. So if I don't read your comment right away, that's why. It's for security reasons, so people can't stream snipe. But welcome on in. If you've never seen this before, welcome to Commanders. This is the 1v1 game mode of Hearts of Iron. It's a mod. It is excellent, if I do say so myself. Totally not biased in the fact that I helped design it. And you know, that's what it is. My name is Midgeman. I'm going to be your caster for this game. As I've already said, this is the map Baltic Blitz. It is a 5 VP map. Let me just actually run through and double check what the VPs are on this map. Oh, Gotland is a... Oh, this is a Gotland special. So we have Gotland, Vilno, Polster. So Vilno, I believe it's going to be these 4 are Gotland. So Memel, Vilno, that one, and Brest-Litovsk. Danzig is actually part of the Axis nation. Now I see that, so that's fine. So it's going to be around this central area that we're going to be looking at, but we're going to have to keep an eye on Gotland. Allies generally have some better naval factions than the Axis do. However, we could see an Axis go for Gotland. Also, with Gotland's port being on the Allied side, that makes Gotland an Allied-sided VP. That being said, the Axis have easier access to these 2 VPs because they are on this side of the double river. There's one river crossing in. These guys have one river crossing in, one river crossing in. So this map is ever so slightly Allied favored. But then again, the map pick was our Allied players. Our Axis player did have the option to pick allies for this map, and no, they went for Axis. So maybe the stronger factions on land are the reason for that. We'll have to see. But again, this is going to be an exciting series. Exciting series. Also, if you're watching for the first time over on TMW eSports, which is one of my many YouTube channels, it's a tiny little channel. This is where I put any of my competitive gameplay streams. So go check those out over there. If you want to catch me, you can find out more of my stuff on... you can find my website, midgeman.tv, and it has all my links to everything. Also, if you're watching as part of the Commanders mod, go check out the Commanders mod. You can find them at doris.to/HOI4 Commanders, or HOI Commanders, I believe. Let me just double check if it's HOI4 or HOI. I should know. I made the website. It's HOI Commanders. No 4. No 4. You can also read all the event TOS, and obviously this is a group stage. One of 8 group stages that are happening. We actually have another group stage for us to broadcast here on the 5th. Remember the 5th of November, the gunpowder stream for you to be watching. That kind of worked. Didn't really. And we also have one over on Parabellum on the 6th, which I will also be on. And then you can catch me as well as the wonderful CMOPS and Dankus, as well as some other friends over on the PDX official channels for the grand finals of this tournament stream. Once we're out of the group stages, there is a grand final stage where one person will be going home with a grand prize of 5,000 euros. Everyone else is going to be getting other prizes. Basically, as soon as you get past the group stages, you're earning money from this. It's a really cool little competition, and if you want to find out more, I believe some of the groups still have sign-ups open, so definitely go to the tournament website if you're interested in playing and possibly entering that grand final, and I hope I see you there. But we are progressing down. I just saw a heavy MG there from our Axis in the research. Yes, we've got survivability studies in as well. We're going to see an air game. We are going to see an air game from the Axis. That's going to be really interesting, and I wonder which of our trees we are going to see. But there is a consecutive effort in research to go for air. Let's see, are the Allies are going survivability studies as well. We're going to see planes from both teams. We're going to see planes from both our teams. Okay. This is going to get exciting. We're going to have multiple fronts to look at. Last game, we really did not need to focus on air because one of our players was playing the no air faction. This time around, we're going to have to look at land and sky and sea. It is an air-land battle all the way through. Let's see if we've got any divisions of our designs coming in. No, not enough XP yet. Has there been any changes yet to the officer corps? No, not enough XP yet, at least for the Axis. We have, however, seen both an air expert and also an army expert, chief of air and chief of army, going into the military staff for those bonuses. No changes to the manpower laws as of yet. Let's go check on our allies instead. No changes to army high command. We got Semyon Timoshenko going in though as military staff, and Charles Portal. Okay, we are just seeing XP generation come on in. No real major clicks there. Now we've got Engineer Company 2 coming in. We're going to probably see some flamethrower tanks therefore. Any changes? We do seem to have a change to one of the divisions here. Cavalry Recon. Cavalry. Interesting. Don't know why those have been prioritized and deprioritized. I'm going to be intrigued to see what's going on there. Both our players, again, going across going across and down through their arms industry lines. Reaper follow. Thank you for the follow. I don't know why that played. That my alerts should be off, but thank you. Anyway, why am I hearing that? Why did I hear you? Why did I hear you? I'm sorry. Why did I hear you? Armies being selected. Okay, infantry equipment coming. Sorry, I was just clearing some work messages there. I had to double check that we're some certain things there, but that gives me a chance to take a little break from my voice and get into this game. I did just see allies. We're seeing them again. They're a fan favorite. They've been a favorite since season 1, since season 0. The U.S. Army. 12th Army Group going in. U.S. Forces 12th Army again. It's that good mix of infantry and tanks. It is a huge. You have a huge boon as well to your industry at the late game. The one thing it lacks, navy. One thing that you need in this map, somewhat of a navy. You do obviously get the base spawning navy, but there's no naval boons. So let's see how that pans out, and let's see if our Axis are going against them. No, they're not. Instead, we've got an OKW pick. We've got the 4th Army Wehrmacht coming on in. They're going for the Panzer IV. This is a strong land faction as well. Both of our players looking to kind of ignore the island victory point. So we're going to see an all-out land war come on in. And we have got an infantry design coming on in. And it is a Space Marine division. This time it's a medium tank Space Marine division with Armored Recon Company in there as well. That unit is a 20 width as well, and is going to pack a massive, massive punch. Huge punch. A bigger punch than I think I know. A bigger punch than I know what to do with. We are seeing a naval invasion planned. Is para-dropping the island viable? Para-dropping the island is very viable, in fact. So maybe we try to see people making a run for the para-drop. That could be an interesting choice, honestly. Again, we're seeing now an 18 with tanks division coming in from our allies. A complete change in division template, but they're going like for like. They're matching each other. Let's check how many days to war. 35 days to war now. Just 35 days left. This is going to get tense. I've never seen a match played on this map before. I don't really know what I look for, but instantly looking at the terrain, I'm seeing a heavy river in the center where we're going to see a lot of combat over, and also some marshlands. Gradono here is a supply hub. That's going to be a key location to take. Kunas as well. That's going to be another key location, even though they're not VPs, because they're controlling the supply the supply flow between the two VP. Again, with Baranois as well. Okay. I'm excited. The game is about to begin. 500 points, 5 VPs on the line. Naval invasions have actually been set up by the Axis. Have we seen anything from the Allies? No. This might go uncontested. Our Allied player might be giving up Gotland, which could and may not actually be in their favor. We'll see how that pans out for them. I'm always one of those people that says that at least putting one division, one token force on a rush for a VP, you just leave yourself with far more maneuverability, far more things to do. Intrigued and entertained. Exercising at the border, you know, standard things, what you do 14 days before a war starts. Both our leaders, both our players, sorry. Exercising now stopped here. Axis have got their battle plans ready. Allies slightly behind on their clicks comparatively. 11 days now to war. Big red one coming on in. No real equipment deficit in terms of tanks. We do have fighters. Yes, got to keep an eye on the air war. 74 fighters in the field for our allies and 91 in the field for our Axis. Axis as well seem like they've got a slightly stronger navy. There's some carriers there. They get carriers on that army? On the German fleet? Really? I know they get the surface raiders from the Central, but I didn't know they got some aircraft carriers. Yes, those famous German aircraft carriers. Oh, or does the Axis base fleet now come with aircraft carriers? I don't know. Somebody in the chat who might be playing the mod, let me know what the score is there. There we have it. War has been declared. The message pop-up has begun. And let's see this VP rush. Axis, concerted effort to put their navy out. Allies, they're not even going to contest. They're not even contesting. And because of supply issues, they're struggling to get off the line. They've not set their forces forward. There we go, though. Those motorized divisions bursting their way into Memel across the scene. Danzig has fallen, actually almost contested by the Axis, and they are going to get pushed back. We might see the Allies lose Memel here. A concerted effort, though, for our Axis player to try and push there. They've got some heavier tanks coming up that I don't think these small little motorized divisions, I believe these are only going to be 8-width thin boy motorized divisions. I don't think they're going to stand up to the test of it. No. Yeah, these are actually a pretty heavy investment as well on that motorized design. They've got a lot of support equipment that they're going to be going down with, which might keep them alive a little bit longer. Oh, wow. A real burst across the lines as well towards Mayaz here. And there we have actually 4 VPs going in the favor of our allies right now. 4 VPs for the ally. Marcelo actually steaming ahead. Are we going to see another repeat here? Is Marcelo going to start? The bleed has already begun. 20 VP points are actually dripped away from our Axis player. Are we going to see Marcelo storm ahead early and then our Axis player this time, Jarko, just not be able to fight their way back? I don't know, but it's seeming that way. There's a much wider front line, though, on this map. So we might see more flexibility in the line, a bigger room for encirclement, but it's going to be down to how these units lock down. I'm going to be very, very, very intrigued. No real ground getting taken. Let's take a look at the early war casualties. 36 to 32, not that big disparity, but again, Axis taking less casualties than their allies. It's the same story from last time, because they've got those extra bits of armor in the division from the Recon Company. They're taking slightly less damage, but let's take a look at their industry as well. Still green, or close to green, should I say. Speaking of green, let's take a look at air color. It is contested right now, with the air trade seemingly going in favor of the allies, even though the allies have less planes. That's got to be down to the airfield placement. So if you didn't know, air superiority works on how close you are to the center of the air zone. And right now, I'm guessing the allies have the ability to be closer. Yeah, they do. Massively closer. That's why we're getting a slightly more favorable air trade. They have less distance to go. That being said, I missed it. There was contention for Gotland, and the Axis are being kicked out. That's where the extra VP is. I missed that unit getting dropped over there. Seeing a super stable hold here. No real movement on the front line. Yeah, very stable hold coming in here. Sorry, I'm being pinged all left, right, and center this match. I'm not as attentive to you, my audience. I do apologize. I'm not speaking as much. But this is a huge allied hold. We might be about to see a 2-0 sweep here. Be an early 2-0 sweep. Allies are taking a few more casualties than our Axis. Let's take a look at Axis supply. Axis supply. Oh gosh, that's a huge light tank deficit. Remember, light tanks are currently in every single one of these templates, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so any unit that's going to be taking damage, I am spying on this, but I'm not going to say it out loud yet. That's going to be very interesting if those get taken and utilized very, very soon. We are going to have the certain things for it. Also, railway gun currently sitting back, not doing anything. Our Axis player, Jarko, is kind of struggling to keep up with the APM here in order to keep their line going. They're trying to stop this allied push through. I think they're probably stressed by the fact that they're down to 380 VPs. Leave them get carriers by default. So were those carriers produced? Did our Axis player produce carriers then? Stalemate on Gotland right now. Nothing much going on there. Decent looking battles. Don't think it's going to be enough to maneuver the allies around. But this is where the focal point is. There's an all-out attack actually going across the line here. Decrypted ciphers. Huge. artillery research going in. Let's take a quick look at the research as well, actually. See if this research is being floated right now. Our players aren't picking as much research. Axis player Jarko seems to be struggling, crumbling a little under the pressure of today. They've been really strong in the tournament so far, but this is just not a great showing for them. I'm keeping an eye right here on this province. This is going to be a key area for the combat, because if they can encircle Likmayaz, I can't keep saying that. That's the only way the Allies commit back into this, because all the other VPs are secured heavily behind very good defensive line. Down to just 325 VPs now. About 1/3 of the way through the battle. I just got a delivery of tea. Yeah, this really isn't looking good for our Axis player today. Casualties, 179k for the Axis, 196 for the Allies. The Allies are holding this. It is a bitter hold, but they've got so much more manpower to play with right now. Manpower is not an issue that's on the board. I don't know, I'm worried. I am worried that they're not making any headway, and those VP points are going to be slipping so fast. Under 300 points now. Calliope is being worked on by our allies. They're going to try and get for that arsenal democracy, which is only going to extend their lead further as soon as that industry really kicks in. Expanding the industrial sector now coming in from Jarko. What have they got left? They're not bringing in the Stallion. I feel like that's a bit of a failure. I don't know if going down the industry line right now is going to help them at all. I'd be looking at the Stallion. I'd be looking at Gottmut Uns, or getting those bonuses from there, and then I'd be looking, say, towards School of Attack and maybe Elite School of Operations, but mainly School Attack, trying to get those bonuses onto my generals, make some things happen. School of Siege Warfare as well, get that engineer trait onto one of my generals, and so try and push out of this VP. That being said, some progress being made towards the north. We actually might see a concerted effort to try and cut the supply further north. Of course, the overextension in this area will not be able to be carried if this supply hub at Kunas falls. Again, I spoke about it earlier. Grodono and Kunas, key areas of flipping this map. If those can swap hands, then this southern VP here is not going to be able to be sustained. What do they have up their sleeve? Well, I'm thinking this. This is possibly a good bet, but it's going to come down to green air, and the Axis just don't have it. The Axis do not have control of the airspace. In fact, the Allies are completely dominating. The Allies completely have the airspace, and they are now putting bombers in. They're going to just keep steering control. The Axis choosing to train their fighters away from the combat right now to come back and fight another day. Again, this railway gun not being used at all. Why is it not in Königsberg? What is it not making a push? And the pincer maneuver, it's been caught off, it's been cut off, and those three divisions are encircled. They are forced attack, so these divisions will melt very quickly if these combats don't go through, and we are seeing a concerted push. Look at this. Also, look at the amount of divisions with medium tanks in now on this front line. The armored divisions, huge that's the spawn-in armor divisions, but no, there are also those infantry divisions with the tanks in there. I believe it's the US infantry division. No, it's the one of them. There's a lot of tanks on the fort. Oh, it's the one with a fist. Which one's the division with the fist? Copy of the infantry template. There it is. 20 width, 2 medium tanks. Yeah, that's going to be packing some punch. That's not going to fall down easily. That's an open gap, though. That's an open gap, though. Allies might have pulled out a little bit too early there. We could have a counter-encirclement on our hands, friends. Just as I was saying, as it could be over. We are seeing a counter-encirclement, and the supply has been cut for this region. Gordono has managed to be open, but if the Axis could cut it off, that's a huge encirclement. Holy moly. That is so many divisions. The Allies need to wake up. The Allies really need to wake up right now. This is a huge encirclement. That is... quick math, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23 divisions by the looks of it. Really quick, 23 divisions. And some of that is really icy heavy divisions. There's a lot of medium tanks in there. In fact, the armor division is in there, the US 12 armor, and it's gone! It's gone! Oh my god, that's a huge play from Jarko. That's exactly what they needed to get back into that game. That's a whole third of the Allied forces gone in an instant. I can't wait for you guys to catch up and see that, because this game was looking over, but those VPs are still ticking. There's 3-2 now. 3-2. The VP bleed has stopped and slowed, but that is a huge, huge, huge turnaround. This competition is not over. This best of 3 is not over. We're probably going to go to a game 3 here, gang. What are the Allies going to do now? They still have a concerted hold across... They are not out of this. Marcelo is definitely not out of this game. He is currently entrenched across a river. That will hold for a while, but we need to look to Memel. Memel is already fleeting and floundering. That was just a textbook encirclement there. Great cutoffs, great use of the reinforce. Really good APM and counter-clicking. Memel could fall here, and that will flip the VPs into the Axis favor for the first time this entire match. With 186 left, they couldn't be coming any sooner. Let's take a look at the death toll now. Allied death toll, almost 500k. Axis death toll, surprisingly not that far behind at 291. About 200k casualty ratio difference. So that's basically the pocket. The pocket is the difference. But it's a huge troop on the ground favor. 37 divisions on the field for the Allies versus 51 for the Axis. Now, quality is always good, but quantity can really do numbers in Commanders. Literally, if you can expand the front line, stretch it further than your enemy can defend, then you can just start to walk around, get encirclements, textbook gameplay. And we are actually seeing gaps in the Allied line now. This whole center, Kusnas, that pivot point I was talking about, that we identified before this match started, has fallen. Memel now has fallen. And there we have it. The VP bleed has begun on the Allies. And with that, Jarko is back in the game. Huge turnaround. Huge turnaround. Now this is a huge breakthrough as well from the Axis. They're pushing the Allies all the way back. I think we might see a capitulate here very soon, whether if it's a surrender or just a straight up capitulation from the Allies. I don't think they have enough troops in the field to hold back the Axis tide now. There's a lot of forces pressuring on through, making a lot of gaps away from those VPs, protecting themselves. This is good for Jarko to not keep up, to not relent on those counter-offensives. And they've taken Gotland. The VP bleed's going to be staggering very soon. As soon as Vilno actually falls, then it's going to be 5 in favor for our Axis. Great turnaround. Where's Warsaw? Is that... Have they renamed Warsaw? Is that what that is? Damn, that is. And there we have it. An Axis victory. Ladies and gentlemen, that is 1-1. We are going to a match 3 in this best of 3. Insane. Insane. I absolutely love that. Let's go talk to our players. GG, GG. Are you ready for the next match? Do you need a quick break?
Quick break for 2 minutes.
2-minute break? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. People watching, I'm going to quickly throw this to a break and we will come back in just a moment's time.
Faithful subjects and brave warriors of the German Empire. Our Reich now dominates Europe. A testament to the power and resolve of the German nation. One by one, the mighty have fallen. The burdens of Versailles are being paid back in the fear of our enemies. It is German science that has sharpened our dagger. And it is German science that will deliver our final strike.
Just a strategy game, it's a ground strategy game.
That's an insert motivation. Coming. Not looking good. Yeah, oh, it's like already third levels. That's like 8 divisions, more than that. I mean, it's like... There we have it. C-Mox is our champion. The allies needs to win, you know, really got the game started for free, but the bankers his industry, the vexation time.
Welcome to the 4th video about our upcoming expansion, Götterdämmerung. I'm Peter Nicholson, Game Director for Hearts of Iron, and today we're finally going to talk about one of the most anticipated updates in Hearts of Iron 4. None other than the revamped Germany focus tree and systems. Germany's getting a rework with a plethora of new mechanics. These changes are part of the broader German rework included in the DLC, and for now...
We are back from our break and we are getting our next game sorted. I believe Jarko just accidentally disconnected. Welcome back, Jarko. We're just getting the game sorted. So, what map are we going to be taking this third and final game to?
Sonnenblume.
Sonnenblume, the OG. Okay, and then Marcelo, what faction do you want?
Allies.
You want allies? Okay. All right, let's get this hosted and we'll do the bans when we're in game. I must say, guys, fantastic games thus far. It's been really excellent to watch.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go.
Didn't donate
I
the
forget
bans.
bans.
Oh, okay. Rehost. I'm not sure what happened on the stream there. I played an old scene for some reason, but we're just rehosting.
Free bans, yeah?
Yes. Up to 3 bans now. Okay. Let's get in game and do those bans then.
No way, Yarko.
What? But I picked bans.
Well, maybe we can talk about it. Like we can just speak.
Let's do it verbally then. Okay. So remember that Communist Forces, 9th Army Wehrmacht, Army of the Isthmus, and Commonwealth 8th Army are already banned. Marcelo, you have first ban. What would you like to ban?
I would like to ban. Oh. I would like to ban Luftwaffe.
Luftwaffe ground forces.
Yes.
Okay. Jocko, what would you like to ban away from the Allies?
US Marine Corps.
USMC. Okay. Good luck. Have fun. I'll see you on the other side. So we have Sonnenblume. But before we get into that, hello everybody. Welcome to Game 3 of this best of 3. Jarko versus Marcelo, 2 Polish competitors in Group Stage 3's first semi-final. This is a best of 3, and this is Sonnenblume. You are watching HOI4 Commanders. Commanders is the total overhaul mod that brings Hearts of Iron into a competitive 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3 game mode. Aim of the game is simple. Each player has 500 life points, and there are victory points on the map that you need to control. Control the majority of the victory points, and you will start the bleed on those points. Or you have the option that you can also try to capitulate your enemy entirely, or you can just hit the surrender button if you don't feel like playing anymore. That's the name of the game. Allies versus Axis. Here we go. A lot of interesting bans coming in from our players. I like Jarko's most recent ban, which was banning away the USMC from the Allies. USMC obviously has really, really tough Marines. That leads me to believe, I'm going to take a punt. I'm going to take a hint here that the Axis are probably going to be playing as Japan. They're going to try and contest the Malta and Crete VPs. That's what I've forgotten to talk about. The VPs on this map. Sonnenblume was our first map. It's had several reworks throughout the ages. This is the oldest, goldest, most purest form of Commanders. There is 5 VPs now on this map. There used to be 3. The 5 VPs are Gabes, Malta, Crete, Benghazi, and Wadan. The key areas to look for are the battle around Wadan and the island VPs versus who gets to Gabes and Benghazi first. Benghazi, there has been a very recent tactic where we see Axis players take Malta and then attack Benghazi right away before the Allies can even get close. There's a few little interesting things, like you need to go ahead and go and be able to push that way. I don't know why that's playing. I do apologize to those that you can actually hear. On my Twitch, someone has given away some subs. Thank you so much for gifting some subs. I don't know why the sub alerts are playing. They should be paused right now. But yeah, thank you so much for doing that. Absolutely wonderful of you. If you couldn't hear that on stream, then fine. But legitimately, that line is muted and should not be playing right now. In fact, I'm just going to quickly just remove the alert box and see if it stays up. The only thing I can think of is maybe it's hidden on one of the others. Nope. I have no idea why that's playing. Either way. Thank you so much for those. But yeah, we are on Sun and Bloom. The game isn't rolling yet. Our players are doing their initial ticks. I'm going to quickly take a look at their construction and production, see if we've got anything interesting. We do have 2 different convoy lines here from our Axis player, which leads me to believe one of these is going to get tripped out for some boats very, very shortly. And the standard... No, that is a non-standard pick line for our allies. Look at this. Look at this in the production queue. This is going to be interesting. Are we gonna see this being picked? I'm trying to be non-specific right now, just in case, because early game setup, there's enough time to maybe reroute your trees, reroute your production. I'm gonna be a little bit coy and just sort of nudge that for our viewers at home. And then, yeah, so my theories right now, this is my guesses. We are going to see, or is it this? Versus this. That'll be interesting, but the game is unpaused. The time is rolling. There is now 265 days of build-up before we're at all-out war. How's everybody doing? Hope everyone's doing well. What about that last game as well, guys? What about that last game? That encirclement was crazy. Rapid industrial going through. So for those of you who don't know, we expect our players to do a lot of their industry first. The current meta is to start your rapid industrialization and go down the arms industry line before swapping to your faction pick for a while, and then possibly routing back to doing the industrial sector in the late game. That's something we've been seeing Jarko do, but our allied player not so much. Then again, our allied player, Marcelo has been on heavy industry factions. I did just see plane techs come in. We are going to see some planes being committed to by both our players, both their industry being put in there. I would be remiss if, we're definitely going to get a naval focus from our Axis player because they've gone to expand the dockyards first. This is a faster focus than the other industry because dockyards have slightly less impact, but they're a must, at least the first level, if you're going for a navy build, as they give you levels in the MIO for the Navy. Something I actually haven't been doing this matchup at all is checking out MIOs and where they've been utilizing them. I do want to quickly have a look at the production. There we have it. Look at that. Those 2 lines of convoys have been swapped. They are going to be carriers. They're probably going to use this for the surface. Instead of putting actual planes on them, they're using their IC capacity to increase their fleet. Control is not the right word. Control is not the right word. Come on, Alex. You're very good at Navy, or you used to be very good at Navy. You haven't played HOI in a while, but you used to be very good at Navy. What is the word I'm looking for? It is... Wait, the word for where you have everything in control in a sea zone. It is not your fleet spread. It is your fleet thing, your fleeting existence. That's kind of What it feels like right now. I'll round back to that when I can actually open the proper menus to check it when people have spawned in the Navy. Why can't I forget? Everybody's going to be screaming at me in 5 minutes when this part of the broadcast catches up. I'm telling you. Okay, we're seeing dispersed industry from both our players again. Yes. Maybe. Yes, no, maybe. I don't know. Let me check again. Yes, we are. We're seeing dispersed industry from both players. It seems to be the current go-to. So I believe it leaves you in better standing for the late game. We are seeing infantry guns 2 being teched by the Axis already. Wait, they're actually going to be... They're actually investing into these carriers so heavily. They're actually putting carrier flighters. That's huge. They're really going for a naval game. They're expecting to try and win Navy, but they automatically got Navy. This actually could be an overinvestment from the Axis because I don't think our allies are going to contest. Wait, they're going Canada? I hope they remember the 8th Army is banned. Currently the bans don't work. If not, I might have to jump in and pause the game. Yeah, they're going... Okay, we've got a new pick on the board, everybody. Canadian First Army. Canadian First Army is one of our allied tank factions. They do get a small fleet, which is the Canadian Escort Fleet, which is carriers and destroyers. However, it doesn't have very much screening. For this fleet to work, you do need to do some shipbuilding yourself. You do, however, get the British fleet initially, so it might be strong enough. You get some decent tank divisions, including one Polish tank division coming from our Polish player. And you are very good at logistics. This is a good pick for the land war on this area. Okay, we are going to have to look at Navy, and I'm very intrigued to see that they've actually put some investment themselves into transport planes, so we might see some paratroopers teched. 86 days now before the war. Okay, my guess was wrong, but I'm pleasantly surprised. I do not know how this Canada pick's going to come in, but also we can already see the naval plans coming in from our Axis player. They are going First Army? What is that, Italian? No! Both my guesses have been incorrect! Holy moly, we're seeing an Italian First Army pick! Okay, let's talk about this faction as well. So, where Canada was basically tanks and ships, Italian First Army is the Axis equivalent of the US 12th Army, but worse. It gets a fleet, it gets light tanks, it gets special forces training, it gets air, it gets a few mountaineers, but currently in the most recent ratings, this superior firepower faction has not been rated very high. So I'm very interested to see how this goes. Interesting. I don't know what to expect now. I was expecting two very, very different factions here. I still think the Axis are in slightly better condition in terms of their navy because of the ships they're building and the investment they're making. But is that going to matter with this being involved? We've seen some very, very insane paratrooper counter clicks with Mohammed, the likes of Mohammed. He's very key at doing that. He knows exactly, for example, if you put your transport planes here, which are being set up, you build an airbase here between Matru and Sid Barani. You click that, you click here, you know that the airbase is here, you land next to Benghazi, you move into Benghazi, you then reload paratroopers, and you can land onto Malta or Crete with that range, or even like near Gabes, taking Tripoli, another key logistics point. You'll notice on this map, one of the other key things about the logistics of this map is you actually have to build it. Sonnenblume is a map focused mainly on logistics and crossing this desert. All of the cities are supply hubs. There are 2 extra supply hubs in the mountains here, one either side of the Vardan VP, but they need to have their railways built. You have to think about connecting those railways. Each of the map has its own various difficulties and changes. This is the key thing to Sun and Bloom. It's unlocking the logistics and getting enough supply ready to assault. Supremacy. Thank you, Aspect. My god, I don't know why I couldn't work out the word naval supremacy. Crumbs on a dustbin lid. Why couldn't I remember that? Oh, what? The replacement portraits never made it in for Canada. No! Me looking at these guys going, oh no. Old portraits. Oh no. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We'll get there eventually. I need to learn how to mod the generals in this mod. Because we have something like 180 different generals and admirals designed up, ready to go in. But we do not have the time nor manpower to get every single general rework in that I wanted to do. Sad face. I cry every time. Ace of the Sands now coming in. I'm really intrigued as to what's being taken here in the Italian First Army tree. We've got the key mountaineer divisions being the key piece of these mountaineers. These are really decent mountaineer infantry. They are going to go for their 150 fighters, looking for that aerial dominance. Those 150 fighters actually might scupper the Allied plane build if they can get them in position fast enough. Together for victory coming in as well, which is a support unit research speed coming in. Weekly manpower 1,500 is going to be huge, very useful on this. It also gives another tank company. The 2 tank companies have been taken now. Those are going to be probably destroyed and dispersed into the infantry. I don't know. Oh, I just saw something get made there. Look at that. Those are big units. Looking forward to seeing those getting utilized on this map. No, they're keeping the tank divisions as they are. They're going to be using them as their tank divisions. We're going to be close to war now. We are 4 days. I've gotten so lost. We are about to see the war. Okay, let's keep an eye on these key paratroopers, because if they can land on Crete, etc., nice and early, they're going to be fine. War is starting in 2 days. That was a sign for decryption early. We're going to have naval versus air. It's going to be a race for the seas versus a race for the land. Let's check the Navy. There goes the war. There goes the war. Paratroopers aren't flying right now. Planes didn't get up. Okay. So one of the things you can do as the Axis, if you can get your carriers into this section here, you can actually prevent a paradrop because you can test the air zone, but that's not happening right now around Crete. We are seeing a rush for Wadan with those tank companies, Benghazi being left in the dust. Axis, they are going to secure Malta. That's going to be the first VP in their favor. They are moving some units towards Crete, which hopefully as well might get grabbed. Gabez has also fallen. Some light tanks being utilized there. These are the spawning tankette divisions coming in for the Axis. Gabez has been taken. We're now seeing a march towards Tripoli. Oh, well done. Let's see who grabs the contested waters that were done. And we actually got a naval battle going on. Submarines are slowing the Axis naval invasion, but it's not going to be... Actually, that might be enough. That might be enough. There is a contested defense. Paratroopers are also in a land battle as they are attacked by a cavalry regiment in a naval invasion. There is a forced attack coming in. This could be interesting. Will we see the Allies commit to a bigger hold here? Are they going to drop more paratroopers in? They are. They actually have. That has been complete. Crete has now fallen to the Allies. Benghazi also fallen to the Allies. Bodan fallen to the Allies, and the VP bleed has begun on the Axis. Our Axis player is on the back foot. Let's see how this continues. Jarko, again, working from behind. It worked out for him in last match. It failed for him in the first match. Can they work from behind a third time? Let's see how this goes. We do have a rail connection being put in across the mountains, across the backline of the desert here. This is defendable away from the coastline, so it can't be cut by a naval invasion. Back in the original version of the mod, we actually had a thinner line here. Logistics lines would be constantly cut by naval invasions. It's more defendable to do that now because we've got an extra province put in, plus this line can be pushed all the way back here. That being said, you do want to start creating some cross patterns here just to make sure areas remain in supply, otherwise areas can be cut off. We are seeing a lack of logistics though at the front line because this Wodan supply hub has not been connected yet. Let's take a look at the Axis. The Axis supply also looking worse for wear because Tripoli has not been connected to the VP, but that is now in construction. But Tripoli was connected via Navy. This is easier to sustain, probably not as much supply weight as well. And there we go, we're seeing a push happen. We are seeing, I need to check these Italian infantry divisions. We are seeing Space Marines once more. We are seeing Space Marines once more, and they are supplied, so they are just going to start rolling these Allied troops. The battle for Wodan is finally on. Already pressure being put on that VP. Wodan is heavily defended though, with some of the key pieces from the Canadian tree being used in its defense. Even so, this combat's kind of green right now. It's not looking great for the Allies. It's only kind of green. It's a very small victory with being attacked from 4 sides now. I think it is going to hold, but the only reason it's losing it is because now the Axis are currently out of supply. They need to get that railway connected. They need that supply hub connected. They need those troops to not be taking as much damage, the weakening from the lack of supply. Allies, however, have been pushed back into supply. Casualties on the board right now, 9,000 versus 18,000. We're going to see much fewer casualty numbers this game with how short the front line is. We also need to keep an eye on naval supremacy. Right now, the Allies, their navy, not looking amazingly hot. It's not very stacked compared to our Axis. Is this on an active mission right now? It is not. I need to quickly, actually, it is actively working. I think it's Jarko. One of your navy stacks is too small.
Ah, okay. Which one?
The carrier.
It's not active.
Ah, it was it looked out of port to me. Sorry, my bad. Continue. I thought that was out of port. It's not. It's in port. It's not active. It was out of port. They've moved it back. Either way, Wodan going to be a solid hold now for the Allies, at least for a moment. At least for a moment. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is only our first game of the evening. We are only on our first best of 3. We have another best of 3 semi-final right after this, followed by a followed by a best of 3 final. Sorry, my brain just completely blurred for a moment. So there's plenty more Commanders gameplay to come. And now we're seeing an attack, a counter-attack there from the Allies. They're looking to... They've seen that the Axis are now in supply. They know the attack is coming. They want to relieve some of the pressure on Wodan. Wodan is just about holding. Look at these combats. It's a click going on in the north. All of these defense lines are going to hold, but if they get counter-clicks, this could be a huge amount of pressure. Again, Allies waiting for that commit of those tanks in so that they can get the double combat bonus going on there. Oh, the line is really weak there for the Allies, though. Quite a bit has flipped on over. I think the Allies will hold this. I realize I'm looking at the bubbles from the Axis perspective, not the Allied perspective. But my same point still stands. Let's take a look at air cover. Air is currently controlled by the Axis over Tripoli. That's going to be huge. And also ciphers are just broken. We might be seeing an Axis push very, very soon. Allies need to take this moment to recover. They can't let this fall. Otherwise, all their hard VP points are already going to be dashed. Because once the Axis get rolling, it's going to be very, very hard to stop them. Check this medium tank design here from the Allies. Currently using main cannon on the armament. They do have a flame tank now in production. Let's see how this flame tank's designed. It's just the exact copy with the flame tank upgrade. It'd be useful if they can get some of those stats involved. How are the Axis doing? What have they designed up? They have a basic medium tank as well. Very similar design. I think this is essentially the tournament design that we're going to be seeing relatively across the board. Our players have found the meta, so to speak. Good, heavy investment into planes here from our Axis player. And also continuing their naval dominance with those submarines. They want to try and choke those paratroopers out of Crete. Low-key, kind of shocked that the Allies have as much naval supremacy as they do. No real air force from our allies. That's going to come back to bite them, I think, if they want control of this center in the late game. Here we go. Pressure across the line. Axis trying to move into Wodan. It's a green bubble for them. Oh, and that is a retreat meme happening right there. Allied units being forced out of that pocket even though they just arrived. The combat finishes and they are gone. That's a good little piece of ground game by the Axis. One step closer to Wodan. One step closer to victory. One step closer to moving through to our final today for Jarko. Marcelo, though, holding on with bitter resistance. They'll be stagnant right now. Both players waiting for their economy to kind of kick in. Wait for those power spikes. Allies waiting because they can. They do not need to push up anymore. They have 3 VPs right now. I do think resting on their laurels, though, around Wadan isn't going to be a complete victory. There's only time will tell if their navy will be able to hold back the Axis for long enough. I don't think they will. We're starting to see those submarines come in now. I think they need to realize that they might need to push towards Gabez before the Axis can entrench in the late game, or before the Axis counter-offensive comes in. Axis, in the meanwhile, can afford to sit, even though they're dropping those VPs. They've got that naval supremacy. They know they might be able to take Crete. In fact, we might be seeing some movement there very soon. We also know that their supply is only going to tick up, that their industry is only going to tick up. Their fighter dominance also going to reign supreme. Interesting investment there on the Axis point as well. Looking forward to seeing them utilize that now that they've got the air cover. Allies managed to retake that tile north of Wadan. Axis actually pushing back. Axis choosing to pull back here. They're giving ground, moving to an area where they have a bit more supply. They're trying to bait the allies to overextend. I like this. Wadan has had a fort invested into it. The allies not looking really to push up, although that's a motorized division. Are they going to take the bait? We might see them take the bait here. Oh, this could be bad. Those motorized did just get caught. Is Wadan empty? We need to double check this. We need to see if Wadan just got emptied because of the front line. It did slightly. Entrenchment would have been lost there a little bit, but the fortress going in really helps. Just 300 VP points remain now. Paratroopers on the island over here have had their unit type converted. So what division? Oh no, that's not. That's just the paratrooper template icon now. Interesting. And here we go. Here's the naval invasion going in for Crete. The Axis using Marines now, trying to take that island port. It's looking pretty green for them. However, I think this defense is going to hold just because of those tanks that have been put into the paratrooper template. Allies have recognized that they don't think they're going to be able to use those paratroopers anymore to power drop. Of course, adding that many medium tanks to the template means you wouldn't be able to drop them anymore. But no, they're getting killed. They're actually dying. The stranglehold on supply has been enough from those submarines, and those paratroopers are going to die. Those Marines are going to succeed and get into Crete. That is going to flip the VPs over to the Axis. 3 VPs, 2 on the Allies. The Allies need to now push up out of Wadan if they want to win. They need to get to Gabez. They are not going to be able to take that back anytime soon. A great move from Jarko there. But there we have the Allies decrypting the ciphers. The intelligence game is strong from both players. Let's see if the Allies can counterattack. But no, these are red bubbles across the board. Axis moving back to a region of full supply to create a better defensive line, to give extra room for that naval invasion to go off. They know they didn't need to push into Wadan just yet, or anytime soon for that matter. And there we have it. VPs swapping hands. Another offensive coming on in. Green defensive bubbles across the line for the Axis. However, they might be about to lose the supply hub. This could be big. This also has had a fort investment, so this going over to the Allies' hands is going to be real bad for our Axis player. Losing this early with only 40 VP points now bled from them isn't good, because this will be a step closer to Gabez. Let's see this from the Allied perspective. You know what? They need to pin this. They need to pin this unit right here. They need to pin this to stop the reinforcement. Otherwise, they're not getting. No, they're not getting in. They're not getting in. Good attempt though at the attack. Have they taken their siege leader yet? I don't know if they've taken their siege leader yet. They have not. I would be looking towards getting my artillerist. Double combat there. Putting some risk on. I've got a feeling our allied player is getting desperate. They don't need to be getting desperate just yet. They have the time. Counter-clicking coming in from the north. Flamethrower attack is going to be really useful. So getting engineering 2 there. Going to be very, very, very helpful. Let's take a look at the logistics. Not looking great from the allies, but at least they're not in the hole massively for guns. They should be out from that for a while. On the Axis, on the other hand, much further in debt on guns. Have a good amount of mediums in backup. They've got a good amount of trucks in backup. Let's see, have they switched the supply type? They have gone to motorization priority. Both players gone to motorization priority. We are at 47 factories towards 80 factories. Oh, because the 15 dockyards. So we're actually at 40 factories to 65. Still a huge industry in favor for the Axis late game. That's going to really pay off. Yeah, this is starting to look concerning for our allied player. Not in the fact of their VPs. They've got plenty to play with right now, but I'm not sure what they're teching or what they're building. Like, I've not got a sense of where they're going, how they're figuring out how to win. They just seem to keep throwing themselves at the brick wall here, and it's not paying off. 156k losses to the allies, 138k for the Axis. So casualties in favor for the Axis. VPs now in favor for the Axis. That's not really what you want to see. Absolute naval supremacy as well for the Axis. Allies are not even contesting right now. Feels like they've misplayed Sonnenblume just that little bit. I'm not sure Canada was the right pick out of what was left for them. If they were gonna go for the paratroopers, a stronger air faction might have made more sense. US Marine Corps and Commonwealth obviously being pushed or banned away from them. Those two are the big Navy factions for this faction, sorry. But then again, French also get a pretty decent fleet. You can also maybe make sense of the Army Liberation de Francais in this map. Or I haven't seen Army the Maginot, but I feel like it could be really good. The 2 railway guns are doing some damage. You do get some fighters and some CAS. You might be able to contest it that way. You do get a heavy tank. Maybe not as useful in the desert. some attacks going in, and look at the construction. Forts all across the line here. Axis just know that they can sit back, they can just entrench, and they can defend. Got to turn this desert of World War II into the Somme of World War I. So, gang, the Allied bands right now were Commonwealth 8th, USMC, and Communist China. What faction would you have gone in this regard? Would you have gone for Canada as well? Or would you have gone for something else? Perhaps Combined Operations HQ for those brilliant special forces. I like the idea of going something French here. My brain is ticking onto something French. Maybe you go US 12 for the standard art like industry boons. Or what I thought initially, 3rd Shock Army. Get those 9 paratroopers. Two 9-width paratrooper. Those two 18-width paratrooper divisions. My brain was reading and trying to say 2 different things there. Getting those motorized rocket artillery units, getting the railway gun in, allows you to forget about Navy like you did do this game. You do get some submarines to try and choke out the supply. And you get to play with the paratroopers, which I feel like was the true intent. They just have been underutilized this match, because they didn't have control of the air. And now, stalemate. An Axis defense. Allied offense. Axis dominate the waves. Axis dominate the skies. And right now, Axis dominate the game. 325 VPs to 299. Technically, according to the scores, Allies still winning, but it won't be for long. We are 30 days away from that being a very different story. This offensive just keeps... It's so frustrating because this tile here is the correct one to be attacking from, but it can be attacked from so many sides just because of where they've drawn the line. This is a really strong defensive line here from the Axis. Without air, without something to help beat down these forts, the Allies are just simply throwing bodies to the wall. 178k, 79k losses for the Axis, to the Allied almost 250k now. It's staggeringly high for this map anyway. We'll feel like, though, our Axis player could be reutilizing these Marines, put more pressure on, get this game done a little bit quicker. You do not want to give the Allies time to build up, just in case they do have something going. If you're winning like this, maybe holding this line is correct. I actually think pushing them off slightly is going to be better for you. And actually, we are seeing an Allied retreat here. They're going to leave a bit of a no man's land. They're going to go back into the resupply. They're going to try and draw the Axis away from those entrenchment in the forts. Let's see if that actually happens. What you see these players doing is when these guys are attached to a front line, the units will automatically try to take the territory. You can draw them away, bring them out their entrenchment, pull them back, and try and counter-click them. Try and get yourself those bonuses. Don't think it's worked in this case, though. Jacko still 2 on the ball. Just seeing, we have this is a superior firepower build versus a mobile warfare build. Mobile warfare is currently quite strong in the mod, with mass assault possibly being the strongest. So it is interesting to see the superior firepower just have so much dominance, but I think a lot of that comes also down to the air and naval focus from Jacko in this map. Remember, gang, we have a whole other semi-final and final to do after this. So if you're tuning in, remember to take breaks, grab yourself water, and thank you for supporting Commanders again for another time. And have any of you spied any very, very interesting games in the group stages that have been played so far? Any players that you're hoping to see make it to the main leg of the tournament? Are you a player yourself? You trying to rise up to the ladder? Do you think you could be doing this any differently? By blood alone, the capstone focus now coming in for our Axis. They're the strongest they could be. Supply a real issue for these allies. I'm really unsure of what our allied player can do, but I can understand them not wanting to give up. This is them fighting for their group stage life. This is their chance to make it into the main tournament. Of course, they're not going to give it up right now. But I just feel like their build has been completely outdone. They're still massively behind the support equipment and trucks and mechanized. They've got a good amount of infantry equipment on them. They're struggling for planes. Lack of focus onto air right now, really hurting. If you're gonna make that investment for paratroopers, you've got to have the air control to go with it. Otherwise, you're just wasting your IC. $500 planes in the skies now. Some of them as CAS. A lot of CAS actually in the skies for the almost 500 CAS, 150 fighters. This is just a really dominant game from Jarko. Cash damage is probably going to be massive as well. Yeah, look. 27 damage from Cass, 30 damage from Cass. And there we have it. That's game. They've thrown in the towel. That is it. Let's go talk to our players. GG, GG. Congratulations, Jarko. Commiserations, Marcelo. Thank you guys for playing. Let's start with Marcelo. How do you think that went? How was that for you?
So I would say that Jarko is an incredible player. Like we know each other, and this Polish blood in him that instructed him to play good. This is not a common thing to do medium tanks on Africa, I mean on Axis. And in my opinion, just his pure skill of those medium tanks made him in a position with an upper hand that I couldn't break through on Son and Bluma early in the game, and that was the whole point of it. So yeah, I wanted to try something unexpected on Jarko, but Jarko is also an unexpected player, so he managed to utterly stomp me in that Son and Bluma. Yeah.
I will say though that encirclement you landed in the previous matchup, that where I think you killed something like 24 divisions on Baltic Blitz, was a fantastic play, and like I think you're very clearly a very strong player, and I hope I see you in other group stages, because I think you will be you'll be very decent, and I think I can't wait to see you in future parts of the tournament. But thank you for playing tonight, and go get some rest. And also, Jarko, congratulations. We'll be seeing you later today in the final for this leg. We're going to see who your opponent is now in the next matchup. How are you feeling going into the final today?
They're very good. I think that I will win.
Who would you rather face out of out of the people that could come out of this semi-final? Would you rather fight Player or Zad?
I don't know. I think that it's better to me to play against Player, because his playstyle is easier to me. But,
oh, interesting.
But that, I don't know how that plays, because I know how Player plays because he's streaming on Twitch his games.
Right. That's fair. I mean, I look forward to it either way. But thank you both. Go get some rest, disconnect. We're going to take a break over on the stream, and we will be back with the next semi-final very soon.
Thank you.
Faithful subjects and brave warriors of the German Empire. Our Reich now dominates Europe. A testament to the power and resolve of the German nation. One by one, the mighty have fallen. The burdens of Versailles are being paid back in the fear of our enemies. It is German science that has sharpened our dagger. And it is German science that will deliver our final strike.
That's an encirclement, maybe. Encirclement. Not looking good. Yeah, oh my god, that's like 8 divisions, more than that. I mean, it's like... There we have it. CMOX is our champion. The allies, he needs to win, you know, every other game out of 3 bubble to anchor his industry. The back section time.
Welcome to the 4th video about our upcoming expansion, Götterdämmerung. I'm Peter Nicholson, Game Director for Hearts of Iron, and today we're finally going to talk about one of the most anticipated updates in Hearts of Iron 4. None other than the revamped Germany focus tree and systems. Germany's getting a rework with a plethora of new mechanics. These changes are part of the broader German rework included in the DLC, and for now we're going to focus on the shared mechanics along with the historical branch. After the defeat in the Great War, harsh stipulations were put on Germany, with the Treaty of Versailles causing resentment and severe economic hardship. Hyperinflation and political instability defined the early 1920s, and the Great Depression in 1929 led to rising support for extremists like the Nazis. By 1936, Adolf Hitler had become the absolute ruler of Germany and started to rearm, thus violating the Treaty of Versailles. Germany, however, was far from ready for a global conflict when they invaded Poland, and we've made adjustments to better reflect that. You'll now need to focus on building up their strength with new national spirits and focuses. The economy and each branch of the military, Heer, Kriegsmarine, and Luftwaffe, face their own unique challenges. Hell-bent on becoming self-sufficient, Hitler launched the 4-year plan in 1936, aimed at rapidly strengthening Germany's industries to support a swift rearmament. Central to this effort were the MEFO bills, which covertly financed military expansion in violation of the Treaty of Versailles. While effective in the short term, this financial scheme was unsustainable and contributed to Germany's growing economic instability, ultimately pushing the nation towards war. Though the 4-year plan provides you immediate strength, it leaves you vulnerable to the mounting pressures of paying your bills. In the new system, these bills will now more accurately reflect the strain, slowing down Germany's early military build-up and encouraging a more aggressive, expansionist strategy. As Germany rearms, the percentage of consumer goods factories dedicated to civilian production, will increase each month, eventually reaching a factor of 100%. This rising percentage represents the growing burden on Germany's economy, as all of your available resources are redirected to the war effort. You can, however, manage this through price controls, which temporarily slow the increase, but it's only a short-term fix. Eventually, with Germany's economy stretched to its limits, you'll need to go to war. By doing so, you'll switch out the bills to Economy of Conquest, which allows the seizure of gold and banking reserves from capitulated nations. This temporarily reduces the consumer goods factories, depending on the number of factories in the conquered country's core states. However, seizing reserves increases resistance in occupied territories, adding a further layer of difficulty. After securing enough resources by conquest, Germany can stabilize its economy by achieving autarky, replacing the economy of conquest.
Hello everybody and welcome back to our second semi-final of the evening. I'm joined by Player and Zad. Player, you are player 1 today, so you are picking the first map. Which map would you like to pick?
Across the Rhine.
Across the Rhine? Okay. If you can get that hosted and make sure that you've got the ban system on. And then Zad will be coming to you for the first faction and the first ban. So,
Alright.
Also, apparently, I was on the wrong scene there. Nobody could see me. Hello. You could hear me. You couldn't see me. Yeah, if you get it hosted and you put the match ID in the finalist chat, we'll join on in.
Super.
Whilst player is getting this hosted up, Zad, I'm going to ask you a question. Oh, cool. You give us the info.
Alright.
But Zan, I'm going to ask you a question. If you beat player today, how do you feel against going up against Jarko?
Honestly, really good, really good. I feel confident about that matchup.
Oh,
to be honest.
interesting. Interesting. Now, player, if you win this this best of 3 and you end up against Jarko, how are you feeling?
I don't understand what you say. I don't understand English, bro. Sorry.
The fact that you said he said enough to say I don't understand English, bro. Fine, cool, thank you. All good, all good, all good. I'll
Okay.
take it.
I'm definitely more scared of player than I am against Yarko because I know this guy is really good. He beat me last time
Oh really?
around. Yeah, in the last one, 8 months ago.
Is there a password?
No, there is not.
No password.
Cool. My game crashed. I will be in a moment. Okay, I'm in and I'm ready. Let's get in game and do the bans.
Yeah, make sure to enable ban system, by the way. 1 ban.
Okay.
Who goes first?
Zad, you're going first. As
Okay.
well, actually, you can go both at the same time, basically, because it doesn't go until you confirm. But okay. Commonwealth 8th Army is being banned for the Allies. What about for the Axis?
I will ban 9th Army Wehrmacht.
Okay. 9th Army Wehrmacht, go ahead. Very popular ban. Okay, good luck, gentlemen. I will see you on the other side. Okay, so a 9th Army Wehrmacht ban and a Commonwealth 8th Army ban. Let's talk about those. So, I doubt we're going to very much see the new 9th Army Wehrmacht faction get played at all this campaign. Everyone is scared of it. It is potent. What does it get you? It gets you a lot of infantry. It gets you some motorized rocket artillery. It gets you truck production. It gets you army experience gain and a division attack. You get towed anti-tank production and hard attack. And you get a lot of light infantry attack and defense, which is our special force, our special forces that we have within the mod. It's a bonus special forces. Used to be called Rangers, but the game added Rangers in. Also, we're on Across the Rhine. It's a 3-map VP. I forgot to do my standard. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another match of Commanders. Commanders is the HOI4 mod that brings it into a competitive space. This is a 1v1 game, and we currently have players, Player 1999 on the Axis and Zad on the Allies. This is a 3VP map. What do the VPs mean? Well, as you can see at the top bar here, there is 500 life points. 500 to 500. There are 3 VPs. The person who controls the majority of those VPs essentially the person who carries the majority of those VPs oh my gosh, my brain is not working. Begins to tick the opponent's life points away. There you go. Sorry, my brain not braining. It happens. It happens. My brain was not braining right there. But we are a go. The initial clicks are going in. People putting in their initial technology picks. We're going to see a very similar thing across the board for our players. I won't be surprised if I switch to the Allies now that we have a very similar pick. Those still going in there. I'm guessing production being sorted. Interesting. A lot of production not being utilized right now by Zad. Still setting up. Okay, gang. What's everyone's predictions for today? People are saying Player is probably the favorite out of this matchup. However, I think Zad's got a bit of a secret weapon behind him. Zad's an interesting player. I've seen them play before. They've managed to beat some of the greats, shall we say, in previous matchups. However, they tend to be a bit more ambitious. They tend to do something a little crazy sometimes, and that's where they tend to get outplayed. I have myself a snack. It is a Parmesan and garlic cheese twist. They're very, very yummy. Also, let's talk about the other banned faction while we wait. The other banned faction that we won't be seeing is the Commonwealth 8th Army. This is the Allies, like, infantry main. It combines fighters and infantry as well as a pretty decent navy. You get our light infantry, which in the form of Gurkhas. You get the Anzac divisions. You also get some bonuses to your intelligence. It's a very infantry focus, but strong. Infantry focused, but sort of mixed air, land, and sea focus. Those twists are going to be keeping me going all night. That's the plan, anyway. Why do I have a ping? Game might be about to unpause. I just watched the timer tick up to 4 speed, ready to kick off. Here we sit on January 1st. 274 days until war. I don't see anything special right now with the Allied production focuses. All the very generic start. Anything unique in the Axis? Nope. Just a heavy focus on guns. Interesting. And there we have it. The pause has changed. You could tell by the artillery entering logistics. Here we go. Rapid industrialization from both players. It has begun. The war to end all wars. The first game of our semi-final 2. Best of 3. Player 1999 versus Zad. I believe player from 1999 is coming to us from, I'm not sure if it's Russia or Ukraine. I think it's Russia or Belarus. It might be Belarus, actually. Might be a Belarusian player against Zad, who I believe is in Ireland. They're an Irish player. Infantry divisions being spawned out. Utilizing that 12-width template. The 3 key locations on this map, of course. Amsterdam, Cologne, and Frankfurt. This map is probably the most balanced in terms of who can get to what. Frankfurt, obviously, Axis side of the Rhine. Cologne, Allied side of the Rhine. Amsterdam is a key, flexible location. Whilst it is on the Axis side of the Rhine, it is technically closer to the Allies, plus it has a lot of ports you can naval invade. There's some really sneaky stuff you can do on this map with naval invasion, so leaving your ports open can be dangerous. Oh, and as a reminder to everyone watching, there is a 5-minute delay on this stream for security reasons. So, hello, Will. I'm intrigued to see... okay. Something unique here. Our allied player is currently manually pushing out these deployments. They're using one line to fill up fast, and they are manually spawning out units. Whereas if we look at our Axis, they've actually pumped out loads of infantry divisions that they're going to hope train up faster. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't manually deploy these lines as well. However, they're doing more at once. Downside to this, obviously, is it will take longer for some of these guys to be able to be click deployed because you're waiting on their industry and their equipment to fill up, whereas these guys don't need to wait as long. They're only focusing on filling one division at a time. Interesting that we actually see a difference and a diversion in that. Let's take a look at production. Again, the standard array coming out here from Zad. You've got 9 on weapons 1, 3 support infantry equipment, 1 artillery, 1 truck, 1 civilian factory, and then 2 on another weapons line, which will be there gathering production efficiency, ready for it to be switched to tier 2 guns once those unlock. Just saw heavy MG come there in the tech enhancements. We're going to get an air game from the allies in some regard. They are going to be focusing on planes. Let's take a look at the production now on player. Heavy investment on guns, 9, and then a line of 5 ready for the infantry equipment to switch, with then 4 focused on artillery. No support equipment, no trains, no trucks, nothing for logistics. All is about firepower. Zad is slightly lagging behind. Will that affect their ability to play? Obviously, for fairness, player being the map picker is the person who is hosting this game. That host will switch for the next leg of the matchup. This is semi-final 2 of today. We have a grand final after this, which one of the players will be moving through to the full leg of the tournament, and they will have earned themselves €250. Once they go over to the main leg of the tournament that's being hosted by our generous partners, Paradox Interactive, the makers of Hearts of Iron 4, of which a new expansion, Gotthardammerang, is going to be releasing on November 14th. You can get the Season 1 expansion pass now and get yourself some instant unlocks, including a really, really cool cover of the Flight of the Valkyries from the opera, Gotthardammerang, the Wagner opera. Act 4, I believe. But that competition, the grand prize is $5,000. So by succeeding getting through these group stages, you get 250. That's guaranteed. You can work your way up to €5,000 by playing Hearts of Iron. It's wild. We're going to have 3 days over there next week, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Be there, be square. We also got another group stage to both stream here on TMW eSports and the Midgeman Twitch. And also the Hearts of Iron store page. Hello, store page. That is going to be happening on the 5th. Remember the 5th of November. There is eSports for you to watch. We are now halfway through the build-up phase. 130 days left before war. And there's loads of fireworks happening outside. So apologies if you can hear that in my microphone. It was, of course, All Hallows Eve yesterday, and it's coming back to bite me. You're a day late! Oh, people these days, you know, just waiting for their Friday night. Let's see, have we had any upgrades? Okay, military staff, we have got a Chief of Air and Chief of Army for the Allies, and we're seeing Chinese United Front lock in. we are possibly going to have Communist China come in. Communist China is one of the strongest factions of the game. There are we reworked faction in the most recent update of Commanders. There is now branch school. They are a complete rework from what they used to be. If you guys remember, China used to be one faction. It is now split into two sub-factions. Same with France. It was one sub-faction. It is now split into two. The entire tree was completely reworked. But here we go. Let's see what we get locked in. I will be surprised if it's a nationalist China. I think it's going to be communist Chinese forces. And we are going to see the power of the People's Liberation Army. Let's go. Communist Chinese forces, right? Let's talk about this tree. What do you get? It is a mass assault tree that gets you leader experience gain. You get division attack and defense. You get more political power to be able to change your government faster and increase stability, which of course increases political power gain, factory output, all sorts of great things. The party commands the guns, give you a huge amount of breakthrough, 15% to be precise. The 8th Root Army, gives you 3 Mountaineer divisions at 20 width, with 10 Mountaineers support, artillery, engineer companies, and cavalry recon detachments. And then you get the N4A, which is 2 NRA infantry divisions at 30 width. This is an infantry army. This is about men and guns. People on the front line. You get division speed, non-combat supply penalties, entrenchment speed, and damage reduction from CAS. You are not as hurt by air. And the thing is, that is building air. Not only that, with the communist forces, you get unlocked. You also have the addition of the Chinese United Front tree. These center trees, as you can see here on these focuses. If you've never seen this game before, how the rework works. Factions, instead of them being shared on each side, there's now one singular tree shared by both the two sub-factions. On this particular tree with China, you have Revolutionary Militias, which is just 6 divisions of 10 width infantry. Straight out. You get 100 air experience, 50% reduction cost for air doctrine times 1, and you get 100 P40 zeros. You also get Western aid, 2.5k allied infantry equipment and some convoys. You also get 10% research speed at the end from Western aid, and then Songs of the United Front, which is just manpower, 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 and divisional defense of core territory. It is about men and guns. That's what we're about to see. And if this army gets rooted in on more than one VP, the Axis are going to have to be wary. We must be getting quite close to the war. 55 days. Let me take you through 7th Panzer. That means we're on a 4th Army Wehrmacht. We've seen this once before already today. The 4th Army Wehrmacht is a mix of motorized tanks and planes. It gives you some bonuses to infantry division attack. You get yourself a railway gun. It gives you some Jericho horns, which is close air support production cost, and you get 100 Ju-87 Stalkers into the air. You also have the combined OKW tree, which gives you some lovely Panzer IVs if you wanted to take them. Anti-tank tactics give you some towed anti-air and anti-tank. You get a surface raiding fleet. I believe includes the Bismarck, so go take that. And also the shared end cap focus of Gott mit uns, God with us. Division attack, armor division attack, and attacking division speed. All very good thing. This is a potent attacking build, which you're gonna need that potency if you're gonna be fighting against communist China across this river. This is gonna be brutal. We're gonna see massive losses on both sides. My brain is really excited, however, to see a communist China pick. It is currently potent. I, however, have not seen it played because most people just ban it. One thing you don't get with China, though, is a navy. So I am intrigued to see this happening. This is very, very unique. Let's take a look at men on the field as well. Currently, 62 divisions in the field for the Axis versus 36 for the Allies. Allies are out of manpower right now. Allies are out of manpower. They haven't gone up in the conscription laws. Axis, have you gone up in the conscription laws? No, but you've got 34k. What's the difference here? I'm guessing it's going to be quality versus quantity. Oh my gosh. The Allies are going for 34 width infantry. That is double the infantry width, I'm guessing. Yep, 16 width. That's over double the size unit being essentially fielded, which means there's going to be fewer units, but they're going to be doubly as weighty. This has some goods, some positives, some pros and cons to it. Pros, it's going to be really hard to displace you if you're locked in. Cons, there's fewer men on the line. You need to be able to fill those gaps. The Axis could just walk around you and encircle you. Not only that, is the combat width of certain territories is going to change and adapt to that. I'm very intrigued to see this 34 width meta. It was spoken about quite a lot, and everyone went, oh yeah, for a little while, that's a key thing. That's going to be the new meta. But no, as soon as people realize that you can just counterplay it by being able to maneuver your troops quite well, people have moved away from it. But either way, I'm excited to see how this plays out for Zad here. Zad is going to be probably one of the ones to watch. Player, again, is the one that people expect will go through. Zad, however, I'm intrigued. What can this boy do? What can this boy do? Planes already in the air as well. A ton of fighters, 110 fighters, which is going to counter the 64 CAS in the air who are going in unsupported. These are the ones from the Jericho Horns. No, they are not. They are the ones that the OKW have been building. Are they producing? Yeah. Oh my gosh, he's actually building CAS. Let's see this CAS design. Does this have air defense? It does. Interesting. Heavy bomb locks coming in here from this CAS 2 design by player. There is no bonuses though on the bonus slots, so they're cheap and high damage. They will get countered by fighters. The war has begun. The rush has begun. We see some motorized. These are 24 width motorized. Holy moly! These are 24. These are the ones that you get spawned in from the tree, and they have made it to Amsterdam, Cologne. The Rhine has been crossed. We're seeing for the second time today, on the second time this map has been played, that the Axis have made it across the Rhine before the Allies. That's huge. 3 VPs now already in the hands of the Axis. The VP points are ticking. Pressure is on. Can they... Oh, Cologne is open though. Some tactical clicks might be able to get... No, Dusseldorf has been secured, but the pressure is on. The Allies are now dropping their life points. You can see at the top of the screen. I might try and find a way to, in a future design of this overlay that you see in front of me, of maybe capping this so we can see the score at all times in a bigger... I'm going to do some live stream editing. Everybody, cast the stream on your own. Cast the stream on your own. I'm gonna do something right now, right here. I have a plan. Professional, everybody. I'm fixing this professionally right now. Trust me, I'm a professional. I'm a professional streamer. I totally could have thought about this before, but I didn't. I'm a professional streamer. I'm a professional caster of these grand strategy games. Hell yeah, let's... Bonk. There you go. It's on the screen in bigger now. You can see the score points much clearer, much clearer. Look at that. Jericho Horns coming in. And a stabilized front line. This is kind of bad for our allied player. Their whole build is about getting into those positions and holding them. Yet, they aren't there. They're behind. 34 divisions on the field versus an Axis probably 60, 62. Yeah, they could be overwhelmed in a lot of places. If a breakthrough happens, which it has, the south of Frankfurt, we're seeing a push out. They could envelop. They could be enveloped. The Allies do not have as many men to maneuver around the map, and not as many to play with. That's a huge pocket across the Rhine here. If Dusseldorf falls, it's going to really put the Allies on the back foot. We might be about to see an encirclement. There is no troops ready to relieve this from Maastricht, and the Axis are continuing on the offensive. Allies, I'm not sure what they're doing right now. I'm not sure where Zad's focus is. Was that an overrun? I think that might have... No, they got pushed out to just south of Maastricht, but it could be an encirclement. They have managed to move some troops into the Liège to defend, but they're going to have to strip. Loads of these troops are still sitting on the top of the line by The Hague. They are now rapidly pulling those out. Oh, Zad is struggling. He is being overwhelmed. This is the risk you play when you go for the 34 width infantry divisions. Yes, you're stronger. Yes, the combats are going to be slower when they hit you. But if there's an opening, you can just be maneuvered around and Player is doing that expertly. There's the revolutionary militias. That's 6 divisions that just get spawned in. Zad's going to be overwhelmed right now. You can feel the APM slowing down. But these Chinese reserve divisions, they can be maneuvered. And that's an encirclement. There's 3 divisions being caught there, including the 8th with motorized. That's going to be a speedy division that's overrun. We've got 1 more losing there. We're seeing a push all the way back to Sedan. We're almost into France. This is really not looking good. All that investment, all that talking about planes, being able to counter the CAS, it means nothing when the Axis are advancing like they are. This is the potency of being able to just maneuver your line. And there's an opening near Dunkirk. Dunkirk is no longer an escape route out of France for the Allies. The Germans are undoing what they wish they could have done in World War II. Except, you know, Communist China was not holding the badge, you know. It doesn't matter. Either way, look at this in total envelopment. There's another encirclement that's been killed. We're about to see another encirclement probably around Lille, this whole area. In the Low Countries, we're seeing another push in, and finally there's a unit that's being pressured to stop that motorized advance. But this is a line that looks more like Swiss cheese than it does a Maginot. It is full of holes, and it's being exploited. Look at these divisions being moved to Dunkirk right now. We might be able to see a really quick match 1. Remember, this is a best of 3, though. We're going to go to a game 2, and then possibly a game 3, and then after that, we've got a grand final tonight. Don't worry. Don't worry. There's so much more content to come. Swift and expert destruction right now. We actually might see a capitulation. The Allies lose enough of their VPs around here. Zad might not have people to catch up. He's finally caught on that his troops spawned down near Dijon. The mustard divisions have been mustered. Get it? That was a really good pun. I'm sorry. That was a really good pun. Le Havre falls. This is really not looking good for Zad. I don't think there's going to be any coming back from this. They are starting to stabilize. I want to just take a look at the casualties as well. 90, almost 100k Axis, 140k for the Allies. Have they got any more spawn-ins from their tree? They're not. Zad's overwhelmed. They're not taking focuses right now. They haven't spawned in the 8th Route Army or the N4A. They have got more troops they could get in. Got more planes they could get in. But right now, they are in a desperate defense of their home territory, and it's not enough to even try and attempt to click some focuses. Their focus is elsewhere. Their focus is on holding, and it is not faltering. Let's see. Even while the offensive is going on, player still managing to keep an expert eye. He's managing to continue down his tree. We might be able to see a massive encirclement, though, over here to the right. It might not be enough. The problem is, if Paris falls, Zad is going to be so close to capitulation. Yes. Oh, Saarbrücken could be big. That is the railway gun. The Singing Dora is now in for player. Has he moved it up? He's not instantaneously moving up, so I think he is starting to feel some strain and some pressure. Just because of some of these possible encirclements, but they've managed to retreat them out from around Saarbrücken. Zad is holding. Zad is not giving up on this fight. However, I worry about Paris. They put in a good defense of Paris, but Paris might be about to be encircled. So, for those of you who don't know how HOI works directly, it works through supply, and the supply originates from your capital, and now the capital's about to be called off, which makes this entire right flank, everything right of Paris here, is about to be encircled. That will be leaving Zad with only 4 divisions unencircled. He's noticed he's got the pinning orders in, but the pinning orders might be what causes Paris to retreat. This could be potent. This is getting insane. This is insane. I'm pretty sure my mic just peaked there. I'm filled with excitement. I'm brimming with excitement. Has player got this in the bag? Have they overextended? Player doing really good. Also, while the time I'm talking, whilst this is happening, whilst we might see a counter-offensive soon, 350 VPs remain to 500 life points of the Axis. The Axis have had every single victory point since this has began. I think we're... Oh, Zad tried to sneak out some motorized. They're going for a bit of a back rush. Not happening. Not happening. Not happening at all. And this looks like Paris might be about to fall. Have we seen a fact? We have seen flying tigers coming. There it is. Paris has been encircled, which means everything here is technically in a pocket. Everything has been encircled. Paris now. Oh, and Paris fell. That's got to be game. That's a capitulation victory. That's going to be a capitulation victory. There we have it. Game 1 going to our competitor Player. Let's unmute and get those guys ready. GG, guys. GG.
GG.
Well, Zad, you now get to host. You now get the map pick. What are you picking? Zad, you hear me? Hello, Zad. Can you hear me?
Yo, hello.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, my internet went off first.
Oh, fair enough.
Sorry about that.
You're now hosting. What are you picking for your map?
I'm gonna pick India. Jewel.
Ah, Jewel. Okay. You get the game hosted. Player, would you like Allies or Axis?
It's difficult questions.
I will type it for you. Player has selected the Allies for Jewel.
Allies.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Remember, the bans from the previous round remain. Zad, when you're setting up the game, go up to 2 bans now.
Oh, oops. Wait, let me. I need to rehost. I actually clicked start.
That's right.
Sorry.
All right.
Okay, new idea. So, don't know. Let's agree. So, 2 bands. Okay, everything good, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, sorry.
Bro!
The bands I picked.
Bro! What band?
Yeah. I think, okay, we can do on the chat, yeah?
Yeah, we'll do it
Is
in
that
chat for
okay?
now. Yeah, we'll just do it in chat. Let's not worry about rehosting. Okay, so, player, what are you banning?
9th Army Wehrmacht.
Yep, already banned. What is your next ban?
Panzer Group West.
Okay. Zad, what are you banning?
I'm a ban Communist China.
Okay, so Commonwealth 8th Army and Communist China are banned. Good luck. I'll see you on the other side. So, gang, here we are. Game 2. Game 2. Oh, my points didn't update. Let's do that real quick. You see them update live, everybody. Boom. Player has won their first round. Is player going to go for the clean sweep, or is Zad going to make a fighting comeback? This is HOI Commanders. Hello, everybody. Welcome. My name is Midgeman. I am your host for today. This is a compressed version of Hearts of Iron 4, a mod that brings it into a competitive scenario. Its name is Commanders. We're in a 1v1 scenario right now on our map Jewel. Jewel is a Northern India map with 3 VPs. You can see the 3 little dots at the top of the screen. The VPs on this map are Lucknow, Patna, and Nagpur. This map came in during Season 2? Season 3 of this game, and was a community favorite. People loved fighting this map. The key areas to worry about is the plains between Lucknow and Patna, and then this forest and mountains here now around Nagpur. Strong infantry tends to be really, really strong on this map, especially mountaineers, because there's this whole northern side of the map that you can move through the Nepalese mountain ranges. There is also some tricky little things. For example, the supply in the Axis territory isn't automatically connected to the front lines. You have to make this connection here yourself, I believe. And yes, the allies tend to have this tends to be an allied-sided map in terms of early game, because there's a lot more planes to rush around, but they start with a longer front line. Axis have a shorter distance to cross, but more difficult terrain. It's not a very tanky map, whilst there is planes in the middle, and you can make use of some. Heavy infantry tends to be the way to go, but some of the key infantry factions have been banned away, so I am very intrigued to see what is going on. Got the early game clicks going in, players setting up their productions again. Player who is now on the allies is doing the same build as we saw before. Heavy focus on getting his guns up to date. This time they are investing into some support equipment. Zad, on the other hand, I think we're going to see... No, we are seeing a similar build. Heavy focus on guns. 1 artillery, nothing else. Neither player putting any focus onto logistics, planes, anything of the sort just yet. They want that gun advantage. Agencies being formed on both sides, both investing some early industry into that, and we'll see some training coming in soon. I'm excited. I think we're going to see far more movement on the front line. Again, player coming out with a really dominant strategy the last game. The double the divisions, as has been said by chat. Double the divisions means double the org, double the recovery rate, double the amount you can exploit the gaps. 34 wits really work if you can hold that ground, but because the Axis took that dominant starting position, it meant that they were just keeping the ball rolling. Like, is it Sisyphus with the giant boulder? Which I always get like a few of my Greek myths confused, and Sisyphus is one of them in terms of the name. But the whole guy, the guy that was pushing the boulder up the hill only for it to roll down every day, that's what it becomes like. Except you are being flattened by said boulder, a la Indiana Jones style. But yes, I'm excited about the grand final as well. I think whoever moves through, whether it's Zad or player, we're going to have a strong final considering the strength of Jarko. We've seen some really elite games tonight. Before, in previous, like, going back into when this mod was called Commanders in Conflict, back when there was a secret, when where there was Speed 5 was still a thing, when all of that was happening, the Sunday leagues with all the early stages of this grassroots eSports movement were happening. We had a big variation of player strength. This time around, I really feel like everyone has upped their game. We've got so many more people who feel like they're already professional pros at this. I'm so looking forward to the PDX stages. Time is rolling. The build-up phase has begun. 256 days now until we have another war. Rapid industrialization has begun for both players. I'm going to see if I spy anything else in the production scroll. Nope. Axis have reworked their production slightly. Allies, not so much. Just prepping those lines ready for the gun 2 switch. Have we got anything in the research? Standard research array versus a small investment into heavy MGs here from the Axis, meaning Zad is going to be going air again. Let's hope they don't forget about it last time. Let's hope it makes a matter. I don't know if going 34 widths on this map will be very strong or not. I think they might need to change tact if they're going to try for that again. We will see. Player already reassigning and deploying more divisions. Expanding the arms industry, going on in. It's going to be these early techs that really tell the story of where this is going to go. In terms of the focus tree for the allies, I think US 12th would make sense here. Always a strong faction pick. I also like USMC on this map. It's surprising, but Marines obviously have a bonus against river crossings, and this map is littered with river crossings. It makes everything useful. You get the Amtrak division as well. Under island hopping equipment, sneakily, this is actually a unit spawn in. You get a 1 amphibious tank division that's 40 width. It packs a massive punch. You also get strategic bombers on this tray, which are really, really useful. And also, technically, you get 1 atomic bomb that you can drop if you get yourself some area superiority. So I reckon we're going to see a US pick, one of the two. And then in terms of Axis, I'm not sure. 9th Army of Wehrmacht and Panzer Group West have been banned, taking away a lot of the tank or strong infantry option like from them. Could see a North Finland Group Army of the Isthmus pick, go for that no air build. Or no, we've seen an investment in air, so Army of the Isthmus doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to go no air if you're going to be building air. We might see an Italian First Army. We might see an Army of the Po, who do get truck and fighter production down. I don't think any of the Japanese trees make sense, or it could simply be a 4th Army Wehrmacht pick. I doubt we're going to see Hungary, Romania. That's my predictions right now. We'll see if there's anything else in the ally tree that we might see other than the axe. We could see Combined Operations HQ. Get Marines, you get Mountaineers, get infantry equipment. This is all about special forces, which are, they tend to be pretty potent on duel. I remember this was Zad's map pick with players' faction pick. So this is a battleground that Zad feels confident in. See how it pans out for them. Floating on the research ever so slightly. Let's see if they take it on the 30-day marker, though. See if they lose any days of research. No, they did not. Hello, Fraser. Welcome on in. I don't know why I'm getting my follower sounds and my alert sounds when my alert boxes aren't on this stream scene at all. Some things have gone really wonky with my broadcast, but we are at where we're at. Fraser, everybody, if you're watching in chat. Also, a reminder: I don't think I said it at the beginning of this game, but there is a 5-minute delay on these broadcasts because This is eSports. People aren't allowed to stream tonight. Fraser is going to soon be joining the Hearts of Iron team as a community ambassador. So they'll be joining myself and the Hearts of Iron crew. Reasons. But yeah, so keep an eye on them. Player is 20 hours behind. Let's see if that also plays a favor this time. Zad, again, last match was working with a delay. This is the problem when we have hosts in such varied regions. But it happens. That's the name of the game sometimes. That's why we switch who hosts between each map pack. And in future, if it becomes a really problem on both players, if the disparity is too much, we do have the ability to add an extra hosting PC that does come on in. But yeah, remember, this is the group stage of a wider tournament. If you want to check out the rest of the tournament, you can do so at doros.to/HOI Commanders. There's a link to every other stream that will be happening, every other group stage. I believe some sign-ups are still open, so if you want to be in with a chance of winning not only €250 by winning your group stage, but climbing your way to that €5,000 cash prize, you can do so. Get involved today. Join the fight. Hungry? I was wrong. Okay, guys, ignore my analyst. Ignore me as an analyst. I'm washed up. I'm dried up. I am no longer in the know when it comes to Hearts of Iron 4 Commanders. Because apparently we're going to see a Hungry Romania pick, which I'm going to say will probably be a hungry pick. I reckon this is going to be Space Marines, and they're going to go for Hungary because Panzer Group West was banned away. Let's see if I'm right. If I'm wrong a second time, I will just leave the stream. That's how it will go. There we go, Hungary. Okay, at least I know something. I know something here. I'm not a complete and utter fool, despite being the person who sits and designs the factions. I apparently don't know how they'll play. And at least I was right around the allies. We are seeing a US 12th Army group pick. So we are seeing US 12th Army locked in versus the allies with Hondersveg, the Hungarian forces being locked in. Yeah. So let's talk about Hondersvig. What is this tree? Well, Hungary-Romania obviously unlocks the central Hungarian-Romanian tree branch that both factions can get, but Hungary specifically, it's about tanks and cavalry. You get the modern hussars, which is actually a bicycle division. It's 2 bicycle divisions, in fact. It's 2 bicycle divisions and 2 motorized. You know, random Hungarian forces. You also have Legacy of Attila, which is motorized attack, motorized defense, cavalry attack, cavalry defense, mechanized attack. Hungarian armor, 1 medium tank division. Hungarian cavalry, 5 cavalry divisions. The MAVAG, which is consumer goods. This is an industry focus. It basically makes all of your industry kind of better. It's consumer goods factor. It is production efficiency cap. It's production efficiency gain. You have the Hungarian Panthers, which adds armor technology production cost and max speed. This is a tank tree. You also get the Black Hussar, which gives you fleet coordination, funnily enough, division speed and division recovery rate. And then finally, for the homeland, you get, which is the ultimate focus for the Hungary-Romania branch, it gives you an arms delivery every month. You just get free guns, artillery, tanks, air, and support equipment once a month. The joint tree gives you mechanized production cost and also 500 units of truck and mechanized. You get adopting German designs, which is a research boon. Something I want to check then, if they're going Hungary, have they put in the... No, they have taken industrial company rather than electronics. I wondered if they were going to go for a technocracy build, but no, they are not really. Italian naval support, you get a little bit of an escort fleet, and then, yeah, it's basically you get a few little boons in the center here, but the real thing is for the homeland, the ultimate focus. That is super potent. Right, let's go back over US 12th Army. It's been a while since we've seen it. No, it really hasn't. It happened a lot in Game 1. US 12th Army is a very general tree. It's the good middle of the road. It is the standard. It is the backbone of the Allies. You unlock a few CAS, I believe, through Airland Battle 150 precise. To be precise, you get Smoke and Ashes, which is towed artillery production cost, and soft attack and breakthrough. Hell on Wheels is a spawn-in tank division. Big red one is 2 US infantry divisions. You get the M1 Grand, which is infantry division attack. You get Calliope's, which is research for rocket artillery. Detroit Arsenal is a joint focus between the 2 US forces. If you take this first, you actually unlock better tanks in your Hell on Wheels division. So if you take this first, you get better tanks. It's the key to unlocking this tree. You understand the faction order, the place that you take these focus. It is key. It is your build. It is your design. But yes, this also gives you armor technology production cost down. You get General Motors, which is trucks, mechanized amphibious landing vehicles, production costs down. Shock and Ore gives you towed artillery, just a big old stockpile of that. And then you have the capstones. Sync Up, which is max planning factor, daily command power, max planning and maximum command power, plus some political power. And then finally, the Arsenal of Democracy. You gain consumer goods factory down. You gain construction speed. You gain stability, which is also production factory output. You gain production efficiency cap and dockyard output. It is industry. It is America. It is America. We're here to save the day. That's exactly what it is. It's America. Oh yeah. Anyway, we are now probably, yes, 40 days from combat. The build-up time is almost done. The final clicks are going in. The final units are probably getting spawned. Let's see what the matchup looks like. 44 divisions on the Allies versus 36 on the Axis. That's much closer, but there's still 40 days for more to be spawned in. But it's definitely not the same game that we saw last time. We do still have 34 with divisions, though, coming in from the Axis. I don't know if that's going to pan out for Zad if the front line gets expanding. The problem is, yes, early on, if he can take Patna, if he can take Nagpur, it is a small front line he needs to hold. But if he is forced to push all the way to Lucknow and open up that front line, those 34 divisions, those 34 wits are going to struggle. On the other hand, on the other side, we are seeing 20 widths. We're seeing smaller divisions, more divisions, and that might be the ticket to win. We are also going to see some tanks coming out, obviously, with Detroit Arsenal being completed. It is intense. Speed has gone down to 2. However. I'm going to see if I can get one more Parmesan, garlic and Parmesan twist in before the war begins. I'm unmuting to say this. The Allies are moving a navy around. Player going to try and backcap with navy. We're going to see a naval invasion. It's a bold strategy, Carton. Let's see how it pans out for him. Just 22 days now till the war declares. 22 days. Get those final clicks in. And then it begins. Wow, massive gun deficit right now for the Allies. Sorry, for the Axis, whereas the Allies are nowhere near as in deficit with guns. Far more focus on those. Look, 74 per day, 85 per day. They've kept that old weapon line, kept them producing guns in the background, so every man a rifle. Whereas if you look at the Axis, they haven't even gone up to gun 2. It's all gun 1s, and they're missing 10k of them. Obviously, that's going to be divisions in the field. Possibly more divisions in the field. 38 to 44. No, not really. It's only a 6 unit deficit. Of course, Zad's divisions are bigger. Zad being on the Axis. Player on the Allies. If Player wins this match, Zad is going home out of this group, and Player will go on to our final. Oh, we've lost connection to the server. We have lost connection to the server, everybody. We are going to quickly go to the webcam. I'm going to take a save. Okay, we're going to rehost this. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to switch who the host is. Small tech pause. I need to get a tech pause screen. I'll make that for the main broadcast. While we talk about that, gang, would you look behind me? Do you see what that is? See that shining in silver? That there is a Hearts of Iron YouTube channel. 100k subscribers. We did it, gang. On the Hearts of Iron official channel, reached 100k. Well, it's actually at 120k now. But I finally got my version of the button. Because if you didn't know, right now, I'm also on the Hearts of Iron team. As a random social media monkey. I make funny posts on Reddit and on Instagram. And I make silly meme videos. That's my job. It's my day job. But yeah, that's there, sitting proud. It's going to go hang on the wall there. Plus, I'm going to hang below it a framed image of all of my medals for every DLC that I have worked on for the release as we get rehosting here. Guys, I need you to tell me who you think is going to win this. Do you think player's going to go through with a 2-0 clean sweep? Or is Zad going to make a comeback? Is the 34 width dream alive or dead? I think we're about to find out. My money right now, if I were a betting man, my money would be on player. My money would be on 34 widths being a pipe dream. But I could be pleasantly surprised. This is Zad's map pick after all. You should know what he's doing. Yes, Panzer Group West has been memed away. Memed away? Banned away. Memed away. Yeah. Instead of picks and bans, it's memes. Okay, Zad has lost connection. Okay, we are not quite ready yet, gang. Zad is having some serious technical difficulties. He could default out of this game by not being able to play, which would be a sad way to go. So I hope they can make this reconnection work. Also, is the connectivity issues going to be an important factor into the game? We shall see. We shall see. Of course, after this match, we have today's group final, which is going to be Jarko from the previous match. Will be facing off against one of player or Zad here for the chance to make it through to the main competition hosted by our fantastic sponsors, Paradox Interactive. If you haven't already, maybe go check out the latest DLC coming to Hearts of Iron 4. It's Gotterdammerang. You can get it, pre-order it now via the expansion pass, the season pass, which gets you some awesome bonus unlocks and also locks you in for the next country pack afterwards, coming in the next year. The Graveyard of Empires pack, which is focusing on the Middle East. Right, we are getting back into the game. War is about to be declared. Let's see how this goes. "16 days now before the war declares." Zad is seemingly keeping up. If not, he's an hour or so behind. Legacy. Okay, big red one coming in for the Allies. US 12th Army, such a strong pick, but not many of the focuses have been done. I need to quickly double check. Was there an extra investment into industry? No. Why did the... I think it's because of the spread of choices. Going for Detroit Arsenal, getting Hell on Wheels, getting Smoke and Ashes first. Feels like a weird spread, so it feels like less of the tree has been completed for the Axis compared to the Allies. Legacy of Attila being focused on now, with our hungry player going mainly for the industry elements first before the spawn-in elements. Looking for maybe a late-game build. We might be able to see a late-game Axis hold. They might try to go for more weighty divisions, give themselves the time. Good work, honestly. Really good work. There is the war coming on in. The war has been declared. Here we go. As a reminder, the 3 VPs, the places to watch on this map, Lucknow, Patna, and Nagpur. Soon as our players start taking those, the VP points will start ticking. Once they have that majority in favor over their allies, we're going to see the Axis racing towards Patna. Again, Axis has the advantage, less land to cover on this map, but the allies have the wider front. But there is more open terrain towards the allies, more plains, whereas the Axis have harder terrain to push through. Slows them down, not very fast. But then again, this Axis push is looking really good. This is a good advanced hold. They don't want to overextend, though. With those 34 widths, they're going to have gaps in the line. Again, 38 divisions this time versus 51. Again, that's almost a 13 division deficit in favor of the Allies. And here we have first combats being drawn. First bullets shot of this war, and already damage is being done. This is a big push up from our Axis player. This is far further than I thought they were going to push, considering the amount of troops they have on the field. Also, they need to go back and make sure that their troops are actually catching up to the front line. There are still some weaknesses, there's some gaps, and there's some pushback. The Allies being able to actually gain some ground here. One of the other things to be noted with these 34 width divisions, yes, there's less of them. Yes, they pack a harder punch, but they also use far more supply. They will eat up that supply usage, and without the connecting supply hubs, the connection to the supply hubs, it could get a bit dicey. Nagpur has not been connected yet because this grey tile is still empty. They need to go and back cap that. The airfield as well under pressure. Getting this airfield, these two airfields here next to Nagpur, is a real key focus to being able to pivot and take this victory point. If someone still holds these airfields when they're holding the victory point, makes it much easier to defend, provided you've got the air to put in there. But there we are. We're seeing a stabilized front line now, slightly in the Allied favor, I would say. Again, there it is. I thought that might happen. That's a naval invasion. Axis have done a fatal mistake. They've left their ports open. I noted it in the previous, in the setup phase, that there were boats and they were scouting and they saw no one. The Axis, this isn't going to be the end of them. It's only single divisions. These, unless they really can back cap, which I don't think they can whilst the VPs are there. Although, this could be it. This could be a sneaky victory. Player might just win here. He needs to move a division into Decca. Okay. Yeah, the Axis are not going to win. So the Allies aren't going to win for a sneaky back cap. But this is a lesson. This is Zad being taught a lesson right now. This is player going, do not make foolish, young, nooblet mistakes. No. Otherwise, I will exploit them. This does mean that the capital has also been moved to Mandalay, which means supply is completely disconnected from that front line. I will not be surprised if we see front line moving here. As we can see, the Allies have already pushed back almost to Patna. Hungarian armor coming in. That should spawn a tank division, but because of the split up, that's actually... oh no, Zad! I don't think he's noticed the back cap into Mandalay either. The thing is as well, this will be factories that won't get used in a moment. If this region gets taken, the factories are going to go over to the Allies for a while. This is going to hurt. This is a lot of industry as well. Also now Zad needs to leave people on these ports to defend them, lest that happen again. And look at the green bubbles here. Yeah, they're holding, but for how long? This is so much APM being used on this right-hand side for two little divisions, two little worthless divisions. And here we go. Another naval invasion coming in. And he's not able to withstand it because he only just got to the port in Dhaka. player looking to exploit this little weakness. You trying to really keep the attention away from this front line, allowing him to move his troops up. And then we can see pressure is being kept on this front line. He is not resting on his laurels. He wants this win. Player is out for the kill. Yes, I don't think his naval invasion is going to get off this time. Zad has learned, but he's keeping him distracted. Look at this. It's getting close. These cavalry divisions could health trade out. Keeping an eye on this. I'm gonna put this right here. I'm gonna keep an eye on this. We're gonna keep on the. I'm gonna put it to the right here and just like keep an eye on the rest of the combats. Look at this one snaking unit just taking away factories, taking away key resources from Zad. Just tiny amounts of investment being utilized so perfectly. Oh, that's brilliant. They can just retreat into Rangoon. They don't have to go all the way back to main India. These can just keep exploiting the gap. Okay, cavalry has been spawned now, and a cipher has been decrypted. I think the worst of it is over, but it's just taking so much focus away on players' front. This is, on Zad's front. He's having to look at a war on two fronts right now. Nagpur, in the meantime as well, whilst we were discussing all of this, Nagpur, one of the VPs, has flipped over. The bleed has begun on the Axis. 445 points to the Allies. 487 remain for the Axis. Thank you for the cup of tea. That is going to go down swimmingly right now, Father. There we go. Boons, everybody. Boons. Was there a Navy investment? No, I believe this was the standard Allied fleet. Just utilized really well. Are these on mission? They are. That's actually a rule break. Need to try and communicate that to our players. I sadly do not have a way to pause right now. I think those Navy stacks are technically a rule break right now. I'm just trying to assess how much of a rule break they are. They're currently just being used for scouting, I believe. They're not on do not engage. They are being held, though. He needs to take those away. Hold on. I need to unmute. Player?
Yeah?
Did you see my ping?
What?
Check chat.
It's a not active fleet.
Yeah. They're out of ports. It counts.
What?
Hold on.
It's not active fleet. What?
Either way. It's not actually doing too much right now because the waters aren't being contested by Zad. But so there isn't that much of an advantage game. It's just I'm being technical right now. Either way. Really good hold here from player. He's literally using it for scouting. I understand what he's doing. It's just within the bylaws of the competition. You can, for those of you who don't know, you can find all the competition rules on our website, doris.to/HOI4. One of the stipulations is ships can't be in stacks less than 3. So these 3 submarines who aren't on a mission, technically not engaging, are a rule violation. However, the advantage gained right now is very small. It's inconsequential. It's not really stopped the match worthy. They've just been made aware of it, and I need them to rectify it. If anyone watching the stream is a player fan and is able to go into their Twitch chat and communicate correctly that to them, that would be great. Restrictions right now is players' English isn't that strong, and I don't speak Russian, sadly. Or Belarusian, I can't remember what is their main language. But I'm trying to be technical, trying to educate for the other matches. Let's just quickly take a look. 56 divisions versus 44 divisions. Let's see how Zad pulls out of this. Let's see what the division. This is the main division that Zad is working with. It's a 34-wit division, mainly cavalry, backed up by some heavy tanks. Are they continuing to make those heavy tanks, or is it just the investment? They are. Oh my god. Zad. Zad. Can't see it, gang, but there is currently 21 factories here. 21 heavy tanks. 10 per day. That's a huge investment. Look at the amount of steel being used. Considering they're trying to make fighters, they're trying to make artillery, trying to make guns, trying to make everything. Rough. That's a strong one. I'm noticing a slight failure in my design, my UI design. I'm glad I'm showcasing this on this stream before ahead of the main parts of Iron Lake. I need to bring this flames down a bit. I need to lower these explosions. It's fine. I will. In fact, I can live edit that right now. I have the technology. I have the power. Everybody, you ready? 3, 2, 1. Live edit. Ooh, I didn't expect it to go black like that. We love it. Seeing a counteroffensive begin from the Axis, and it's looking like a green bubble. These infantry, like the 34 width, I know we've been memeing on them. They are strong. They will push a single stack away quite easily. This is a real good game. Now that Zad has had some time to recover, de-stress from the back Captain Ava invasions, retake their territory, they're starting to make an offensive. 445 VPs to 377. Got to keep an eye on Zad's logistics, however. Look how they're currently ahead in infantry guns, which is fine. It's these tanks. They're only just not in a deficit. So depending on how many they lose, this could get messy. Let's take a look at the tank design itself, shall we? I know I saw them in production. I never showed them off. Basic heavy tank 1. Let's see what they are. 28 reliability. Oh, these things are going to melt. These are going to melt. A singular piece of AT goes into those divisions from player, and Zad is going to be in a world of hurt. Although they are making some serious pushes towards luck now. Now, One of the counter-offenses, if you lose Nagpur in the south on this map for the Axis, is to push through the mountains and cut down into Lucknow. As well, if you play through the mountains correctly, you can actually move all the way into Delhi and cut off the Allied capital. Allied capital being quite close to the front line, despite them having a lot of back territory. Their VP capital does then move to Karachi or Lahore. I think it's Karachi, so you do have a lot of land to cover before you can capitulate them, but they lose so much of their industry. Like if you lose Delhi, look, that is boom, half of your industry out, gone. It's another weakness to the Axis start versus the Allied start compared to the Axis start. Axis Dhaka is slightly easier to defend than Delhi is. That's where the map balance comes in. Yeah, the scouting with the fleets as well. This is how he's scouting. This is a slight change in this tournament specifically compared to others. Previous tournaments, we've said scouting with single stack fleets is allowed. However, in this tournament, we've simplified it by making all fleets minimum of 3. Player 1999, correct, yes. $325 VP points now left for the Axis. They really need to make a push towards Lucknow or retake Nagpur. Advance has slowed. Outdated equipment. They're putting some towed anti-tank up. Also, we've got some improved close air support coming in for the Axis. Again, no idea why I'm getting those sound effects. I do apologize, guys, but also thank you for the follow over on Twitch. I'm going to be putting it down to OBS being weird. Anti-Soviet cooperation coming in. Is this an Allied counter-offensive? No, this is Allies defensive. They're just pushing them away from the line. Myos can be upgraded for the Allies. Okay. This is a very strong hold from player. Also, that naval backdoor, very, 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 very competent use of activating Zad's micro, turning it into a different direction, using it to be able to take Nagpur. Awesome, awesome use of tricking the opponent's APM. It's up to Zad now, however, to push out. Zad's logistics not being fulfilled. What are they missing? Lost to attrition. Trucks. Trains. They're losing trains. Oh gosh, they're out of trains. Are they actually producing trains? Oh, they are only just producing trains. They forgot to put trains into their production queue. That's going to be brutal. How's the air looking? Because I know there is now a contested airspace. And let's actually see it. Air contest is going in favor. Going against the Axis. Allied planes actually doing better work. Let's check out these plane designs differences. We've got a mix of fighters. So we've got fighters and CAS from our Axis player. from our allies. I think it's just CAS, but I'm going to guess that the CAS design includes air-to-air combat. Yeah, it does. They've got machine guns here and singular bomb locks. So these are counting as CAS fighters as well. And we do see a break in the line. There is engagement across the middle section. We've had divisions pushing. We have divisions now pushing into the forest. Arsenal Democracy coming on in. Zad is making a counterattack. We are seeing the planes being utilized. They are moving between these rivers. They've got a foothold and now they are moving up. They are pushing towards Lucknow. Lucknow is actually within Zad's grasp. They just need to make sure they have a cohesive front line that they keep pushing back. Let's take a look at the health trades. 138k losses for the Axis, 184 for the Allies. I think it's the first time we've seen a major Axis deficit, Axis advantage in that regard. Let's take a look at logistics. Medium tanks really down for the Axis, but those heavy tanks actually staying up pretty fast. Thanks, KGC Reaper. Here we go, another offensive coming on in. Allies are really struggling to hold back those 34 wits now that they're fully organized and full of logistics. They've got supply. Lucknow is now just a tile away. We could get a counter-click coming in here. Like this division here has managed to counter-click down the south. But if this had gotten pinned in the north, stop some of that reinforcement coming in, Lucknow would actually only be a tile away. These guys are, just as soon as they've been defended on in, they are actually holding the line. They're holding the line. Decent plays from Zad. He's far from out of this. Although he only has 224 VPs remaining to 445. He needs to get one of those extra VPs, either Nagpur or Lucknow, both of which are only a tile away. Oh, the north here. Health trade's really not going in favor of the Allies. Axis build could be a comeback. Late game comeback. Lucknow now under pressure, being attacked from two directions. Those 14 divisions might hold this time, but who knows next time. The singular tank division also. Oh, that's huge. The airport now changed into the Axis hands. That's moved all of the Allied CAS south out of this northern area. It actually can only just help the Lucknow defense. I think the Allies need to pull out of here. That line's way too big. Counter-encirclement in the south, though. 2 divisions going down. That's a big loss. That's the thing as well. With the 34 divisions, I'm going to keep harping on about how they're an interesting choice. They have some cons. There's a lot more cons than pros, that I say. If they die, you lose a lot of troops, a lot of resources. Look, boom. That Axis deficit that was like, sorry, the Axis disparity between Axis and Allied deaths looks a whole lot less to spare now that one of those just died. It's a good 20,000 men. And there we go. Another unit's encircled. Oh, they got themselves out of the encirclement. And this almost could be an encirclement of Lucknow. If they play your cards right, Axis, this could be good. Nope, there's the count. The encirclement has been recounted there. And their destruction in the south. I like that. I like that player pinged that. For those of you who don't know, like a lot of people who play in big multiplayer are so used to showing off their encirclements and stuff that they just automatically ping. Like it's in their blood to ping to show those things off. But yeah, that is a big old health train. Oh god, those divisions are a lot more weighty than they look. They're actually 25k each, and we might be about to see 2 more die here. One over here kind of exposed. There's just not enough troops to like get these encirclements to commit. Yeah, there you go. 200. Oh god, they're 35. Allies, again, still taking more losses. But look at these health trades. There's 100,000 people just lost on the Axis in half as much time. But the VP points have changed hands. Lucknow is now in Axis control. Just every time I look here, I look away. There we have it. They've been counter-clicked off. The bleed is now on the Allies. Now, our Axis player has to hold this position for 400 VPs of bleed. But good for Zad actually pushing player out of here. It was a strong hold, but the slower game build has paid off. Let's take a look at Axis Logistics. That's going to be where the real story is. Are they in the hole for heavy tanks? No, they've got loads, in fact. Medium tanks, yes, in the hole. Guns, they're just floating above. AA, they're keeping above. Fighters is an issue. Let's take a look at the air war. The trades are even, despite the disparity in planes. However, the Allied planes are of very little use as they are only in the south of the air zone. That's why Nagpur hasn't swapped. That's why we saw the Lucknow switch. Look how far this CAS has to fly to get towards Lucknow. Look, they're barely in the range. In fact, half of the tile isn't in range. So those are going to have far less efficiency in that combat compared to, say, the Axis, whose planes can be essentially in the wrong location as well. Disregard everything I said. They've just not moved their planes up. They move them here, they're golden. Oh, Allies and Axis losses are huge this match. I will not be surprised if we see over 1 million casualties this game, if not 2. With the rate it's going, there's a lot. So obviously, Allies now on the back foot. However, they've got far more time to play with. Axis really needed to make a go then, and they did. Let's take a look at the various divisions. Standard, that's the spawn-in tank division still being used. The majority of infantry is still this 20 width. It does have rocket artillery in it. That's nice. That's going to be really useful. I reckon some rocket artillery, what could go really well for the Axis right now, for the Allies, sorry, right now, would be to make some 25 width mountaineers or some 30 width mountaineers using rocket artillery to help push in the north here. Get those tanks out of that mountain, resecure Lucknow by pivoting the mountain tiles away and towards Patna. However, I say that we're about to see an encirclement, I think. Axis are still on the warpath. These tanks are rolling down the hills, and they will have it 4 more divisions encircled. 1 possibly about to get overrun. 2, 3, boom. Zad is not out of this fight. We're going to go to a game 3, guys. I'm sensing it now. 13 divisions all held up down in the south. 11, 7, 2. Not enough near Delhi. There is a concerted effort for the Axis to try and push out of Lucknow, increase their border zone. Do Allies have troops in production? They do not. 200k manpower sitting in a pool. 100k for the Axis. Let's check troops in the field. 63 divisions to 42 divisions. The 42 divisions winning. We've got another encirclement in the center. This time, of even more Allied forces. This is calculated. This is little scalpel-driven cuts. This is no big sweeping. This is no big swooping axe hit across the body of the Allies. This is tiny little calculated encirclements. Little bit here, little bit there, slowly closing that troop count advantage so that the 34 width divisions just keep hitting and hitting harder. Real question now, logistics, can they keep them up? The air game, can they keep it up? And look at this. We might be about to see they try to make a rush for Patna to cut off the supply. Again, if Patna falls, then technically the connection to Lucknow falls. This is a good advantage, but I think player might be throwing some troops away here. Also got a last stand coming in just north of Lucknow. This is a very methodical advance, though, which you see quite often on this map, and it's being performed really well by Zad. Shaky early game. Really shaky early game, but they've managed to come out on top of it. Lines again, somewhat stabling. Allies, just not enough troops in the north. Not enough troops in the north here. Too many troops in the south. Look at this, 18 tars. They just can't push them out. I don't think there's enough piercing. Also, a deficit of infantry equipment. That's only going to get bigger the more troops the Allies lose. And look at this. There was an overrun. Another overrun. This tank division is the actual spawning tank division for Hungary. And, oh my god, no, I just saw it's taken 10,000 casualties in its experience. And look at that. Nagpur has been encircled. The Axis have encircled the final VP. This is about to be a 3 VP flip for the Axis. I don't think my... Oh, they retook Lucknow. I was like, huh? Why is that updated? Lucknow got retaken in the north while I was facing off in the south, and the south has been reopened. This could just be to create a bigger encirclement, though. 17 divisions were pulled out there. The Allies can reform a solid line. Now, if they can hold onto Lucknow, but they can't. That is, Lucknow has also flipped back over. The Axis advance is closing. The pocket is now closing around Nagpur. This looks like it's going to be a game for Zad, and Zad is going to be moving on to the... Well, no. We're going to go to a game 3 of this matchup. The map pick will be over to player once more. And Zad will have faction pick. I am excited. This is a great comeback. Yeah, with these Space Marine divisions, these tanks now out into the plains... This could be over. This could be 11 divisions encircled. Oh, that's going to be game. That's 11 divisions. That's half of the Allied army completely gone. And there you have it. Just as quick as we say it, that is an Axis victory. And we're going to go to a game 3. GG.
Yo.
GG,
Hello,
GG,
hello.
GG.
GG.
So, we're going to game 3.
Wait, I
Player.
won? Yeah?
Yeah.
Player, you
Uh,
are picking map and host.
Baltic.
Baltic.
Oh, my.
Zad, what faction?
Let me get this map and then I'll pick.
Okay.
Can I take a minute break? I need to go to the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, okay. We'll take a 2-minute break.
Okay, thanks.
Faithful subjects and brave warriors of the German Empire. Our Reich now dominates Europe. A testament to the power and resolve of the German nation. One by one, the mighty have fallen. The burdens of their side are being paid back in the fear of our enemies. It is German science that has sharpened our dagger. And it is German science that will deliver our final strike.
strategy game, it's a ground strategy game.
That's an certain with me. Coming. Not looking good. Yeah, oh, it's like already third place. That's like 8 divisions, more than that. I mean, it's like... There we have it. CMOX is our champion. The allies, he needs to win here now. They're resulting in start of 3 bubble. Climax his industry. The deck section time.
Welcome to the 4th video about our upcoming expansion, Götterdämmerung. I'm Peter Nicholson, Game Director for Hearts of Iron, and today we're finally going to talk about...
Okay, so we are going on Baltic Blitz. Remember three bans, the 2 bans previously remain.
Okay.
What Night Army Panzer Group progress?
Okay. Ooh, 5th Guards tank being banned from the Allies. And Zad, what are you banning? Oh, sorry. Player, what are you banning?
5 Guard tank enemy.
Mm-hmm. And Zad, you up banning?
I'm gonna ban. I'm gonna ban the Luftwaffe ground forces.
Okay. Good luck. See you on the other side. Okay. Welcome everybody back to the Group 3 second semi-final, best of 3. There is 1 point on the board for each player and Zad. We are on Baltic Blitz, one of our newer maps. This is a 5 VP map with focused around the South Baltic. The VPs on this map are Gotland, Memel, Vilnau, Vestertalsk, and this one that I refuse to say the name of that will be being changed by the time we enter the next leg of the journey. One of my map designers is a bit of a meme lord, and sometimes I don't catch these, especially when we don't have live games. So now, Lick My Ass is apparently in-game. That, I believe, is Warsaw. Oh no, Warsaw's here. Warsaw's there. I don't think a town exists here. We will find a tiny little village and make it a star attraction of this map. But that one definitely needs to be changed. But our players are getting their initial picks in. But what is this? What are you seeing right now? Well, Commanders is a modded version of Hearts of Iron 4 that brings the game into an eSports ready state. Basically, name of the game is simple. There are 3 ways to win. Either your opponent gives up, you completely capitulate your opponent, or the main aim of the game, you hold the majority of the victory points on a map to bleed your opponent's life points, or VP points. You can see those at the top of your screen. We have 500 to 500. There is a 280-ish day build-up period, well, 275-day build-up period where our players can move through a faction tree and an upgrade tree to ready themselves for war. Train troops, get their forces designed and out ready for the start of battle. After that time clears, well, that's it. War begins, and you begin the all-out assault. This game is for one of these players to move through to our group final, which will be happening right after this. They will be playing Jarko, a player from Poland who had some really strong games earlier. This is what it comes down to. We have a really strong group of people that are looking to try and make their way into this tournament. And here we go. The game is not ready to be unpaused. We're going to start seeing some early production here. Currently, the Allies are focusing all guns. They're getting their production sorted right as we speak. Axis doing the same. Going to see a very similar start from both these players. They have their build order sorted. They have their understanding down. It's going to come down to mechanical changes and faction choice. The faction choice is going to be key in this one. And I'm inclined to believe that on this map, Axis kind of have the stronger position. Control of Gotland is going to be a big thing, and it's just going to be down to how much APM can be triggered. I reckon Zad will probably try to keep with his 34 whip tactic, because it won the last game. I don't know of its success, especially on our map as tight as this one. Player, tried and true, good player. I reckon we'll see something very classic from them, very standard. Zad might be a bit more of a wild card. The key locations to look out for on this map in terms of who's going to vie control over these central VPs is, I'm sorry, Polish listeners, Blayszok and the region around Suwalki and Midgeman up to Kunas. This line in between these two VPs of Vilno and the one that's going to get a name change, these are the logistics centers of the map. With Kunas, Blayszok, and Gordono, here in the marshlands, these are the defining logistical hubs that will allow you to steer control of the VPs in this region. Owning one of these could really pivot a front line, and it's really, you want to be looking for attacks pivoting to these 2 points, especially Gordono and Kunes, either side of the river. Majority of these supply hubs seem to be actually on the allied side of the river, which would lead me to believe this map might be actually slightly allied favored. That being said, there's far more urban tiles in the south, which probably means more possible room for production. We will see. Rapid industrialization has begun. The game is not unpaused, but it will do soon. Hope everybody is enjoying themselves tonight. Thank you for joining me on Group 3's final. We have another group stage final here, which is I'm streaming the games that are owned directly on the Commanders Discord. I will be streaming the next one on 5th of November, and then you will see me with Dankus and CMOPS for the actual main group event over on the Paradox channels. There is also a stage final that you'll see me on over on Parabellum, who are streaming tomorrow, some EU4. That'll be on the 6th. So next week, I am streaming Commanders Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, when we will crown someone our world champion and give them 5,000 euro. Yes, this map has a 5th naval point. You do have to think about navy. You have to think about air. This is an everything map. It's like a wide Sonnenblume. It's a combination of Sonnenblume and Across the Rhine, two of the community's favorite maps. That's why you're seeing this get played quite a bit now. I'm going to get some snacking in very quickly. Right, the game is unpaused. Rapid industrialization is complete. My snack has been consumed. The game has truly begun. We have 236 days left before war. We are seeing an air investment coming in for the Allies. Are we seeing one for the Axis? No. If we're going to see an air investment, it's going to be later from player. I believe player is currently on the Axis. Zad is on the Allies. Both players kind of going down their similar route. Player, again, heavy investment in guns early. Zad, a bit more of a dispersed industry, still with a heavy focus on guns. Arms industry going in and being expanded now. Both players also have built their spy agencies, something that we haven't been able to focus on because there's too much going on for just one man to cast. Spy agencies are really pivotal. They can give reduced entrenchment if used correctly on the front line. You've seen the various cipher encryptions, all sorts get popped up. It's a key aspect that I would love to go in with more detail about at some point. Troops being... I'm going to be very curious to see if Zad goes for a 34 width again in this match. I'm inclined to believe he's going to. There's a 22 width already on the field being designed. That's going to be the basis for that 34. Zad is most likely going to keep going down that 34 width. He's believing in his heart of hearts that that is the new meta. Let's see if player can actually overcome it on this map. Already a naval invasion being planned for Gotland. Are we seeing similar? No, we are not seeing similar on the Allies. I wonder if there will be any focus at all on Gotland, or if it will be just a pure push to try and wipe the Axis out on land. We shall see. We shall see. Axis now are actually making an investment for fighters. We are going to see an air war, just not in their early kick. Survivability studies coming in for the Allies. We're going to see both invest in fighters and probably CAS. Now, what do you think is going to get banned or picked? US 12th is open on the field for the Allies, so I feel like that could get picked. I think we're going to see a US 12. Wait, no. French forces. Sacre bleu. Okay, we have either the Armée Française de Libération or we have the Armée of the Maginot. Combination of Armée of France's Liberation is like a motorized and medium tank tree with anti-tank. Armée de Maginot is infantry and heavy tank tree. You also get 2 railway guns, and actually we're seeing it for the first time. Armée of the Maginot. This is one of the new focus trees coming with the most recent update. You get Armée of the Maginot. It's a grand battle plan tree that includes the Locarno Spirit, which is division recovery rate, entrenchment speed, and max entrenchment. You get Zone, which is 75 fighters plus 100 air experience and 50 CAS. You get established telephone lines, which gives you reconnaissance, division defense, and radar station construction speed, as well as you add, I believe it builds a radar somewhere. You get Folie à Deux, which is 2 railway guns. You get Prepare for the Long War, which is 15 with infantry divisions. You get the Char de Bataille, which is a improved heavy tank chassis You get the Shah B1 basically as a design, and you get one 30 width heavy tank division. You then get division organization, war support, and infantry division defense on the leader capstone. And finally, Vive la France, which is a huge amount of recruitable population, stability, war support, and why did that close? Consumer goods production and factory conversion speed and construct speed. You also get the legacy of French innovation, which is armor technology and production cost. That's an interesting bug that it keeps bringing me into the Navy screen when they click the Navy screen. You also get Cross de Lorraine, which is weekly manpower, and you also get yourself a little fleet. France, hugely good pick here. I really like to see it. We are also seeing something very different for the first time today. We are seeing the Imperial Japanese Army, which is a mass assault tree. You get the Arasaka, which is infantry equipment production cost plus infantry soft attack. You get spiritual mobilization, which is recruitable population and mobilization speed. You have access to the Japanese Navy. You get carriers through the strait. You get Banzai, which is recruitable population and experience from soldiers' losses. Skimping on resources as well. It's cheaper fighters. We'll talk about the capstone in a minute, but you get the Chrysanthemum division, which is basically a big old infantry division with field hospitals, 2 of them. You get the Stone division, which is, again, the same again, but slightly different width, I believe. Bicycle Messengers, which is adds 3 bicycle divisions and the ability to build them. Warrior Spirit, which is a cheaper use of the Last Stand. We spoke about in a previous bout that our command power use abilities are all triple the cost. Warrior Spirit brings it back down to normal at a greatly reduced cost. It also gives you division organization and division defense. Supremacy of the army adds more reconnaissance, division recovery rate and breakthrough, and finally Modern Bushido, which is division recovery rate, war support, and navy damage. We're going to see a Titan of infantry fight a Titan with infantry. The difference there being lots and lots of infantry from Japan going to be popped out versus those 34 width hard hitters with most likely heavy tanks as backup, and they're already in the template. Zad's tried and true. He believes in the 34 width. The 34 width is the dream, and now it's being done by the French. Assembly production line going in. Banzai being taken. I'm so intrigued that player has opted, instead of going through the IJA's tree, they're going down the center tree. I'm guessing they're making a rush for skimp on resources for that cheaper air reduction, because they have made an investment into air. They have also made sure they get the Arasaka for the infantry weapon production costs. Basically, they're looking for the industry boons first before they get any troops in. In the meantime, we're actually seeing as well an investment into the center line here from the French on the Allied side. Mainly, I guess, they want to get to that weekly manpower, get that manpower pooling on in. 500 doesn't sound much, but it really adds up when you work out the how few game ticks it is before you get more manpower, and you want to squeeze as much out as possible. Exciting stuff. I'm so excited to see new trees as well. Axis making a concerted effort to say that they are going to be naval invading for Gotland. I hope that the Allies make a go for it too, considering they're going to get a navy in their tree that they haven't taken. Feels pretty ridiculous. How far are we away from war? We can't be long. No, 2 days. I was about to say, this I feel like we should be really close to the war. I thought it was going to be about 30 days, but no, looking at the tree, we're there. 2 days. About to see this combat go, and I don't know how it's going to be. Let's check divisions. 38 divisions out for the Allies against 60. Holy moly, is 60 Axis divisions out? This is huge. This is absolutely huge. We might see a repeat of game 1 where the Axis just absolutely swarm over the 34 whips. Not enough of them. It's going to be coming down to if the Allies can hold on long enough for their quality to outweigh the massive quantity, or if the Axis can exploit gaps in the line and just flood troops on through. Gotland, I think, is going uncontested as well. Gotland is going to go uncontested. Vilno falls. The VP bleed has begun. Allies technically have a VP bleed on the Axis right now because the Axis are getting slower getting to the front line, but Gotland has now flipped over. There is going to be okay, the bleed has stopped. Only 2 points lost before the bleed stopped. This is going to be Axis favored here because of Gotland. It's going to be a slow bleed, and it's going to be a war across the river, I think. The Allies have not been able to get enough territory. It's going to have to be a hold on the river line. Can they get... They need to get Grodno. They can't let that fall to the Axis. If the Axis hold Grodno, that's going to be a pivot point that they can use to pressure the Vilno VP, because not enough supply will be able to get across to the river. In the meantime, we are seeing a counteract attack towards Memel. Another point to look out for is Kunas. Kunas is another pivot point, not a VP, but still important nonetheless. Memel, however, is a VP, and it is already being pressured. And the Axis did make it across the river. They have a foothold across... I'm not sure what river this is. I need to learn which river this is, because it's the one that goes through... What? Okay, Google. What river flows through Memel? No, that says mammals of the river. This is the Neyman? Yes, this is the River Neyman. The Neiman. Very, very potent defensive line, and the Axis are not stopping. Look at this. Green bubbles here from the Allies, meaning they are able to defend, but there's just so many troops. All it takes is one bad retreat for the Axis to flood on through. Are we going to get a repeat against game 1? I love what chat just said. It's spam versus elites. Elites versus yeets. The Allies have managed to stably hold this line. The weakest point is right here near Vilno. They want to try and keep this tile. They don't want the Grodno foothold to increase, but I don't think they're going to be able to hold it. These guys are going to retreat back to the VP if they're not careful. Let's take a look at losses. 10k losses to the Allies versus 30k to the Axis. Nothing really of import. Like, that's a very, very low a threshold right now. VP points 485 to 298. The bleed is currently happening on the Allies. Right, let's take a look at the Allied logistics, because that's going to be a really telltale. How are they doing for heavy tanks? They are currently under on heavy tanks. Let's see how many they're producing right now. 3 a day. That's not going to be enough for a little while. It's going to take them a little while to get out of their deficit. Wait, what? Wait, what?
GG.
You're surrendering?
I can't push this and here all tanks.
Wait, I win!
Yeah.
Yo!
Okay, GG. Goodbye.
GG. Thank you, player. Thank you for playing. Zad, congratulations.
Bro, how the fuck did I win this game? Yo!
Like, it's a...
That India game. Oh my god.
I think the India game broke players' mental, and you were doing the same tactic again, and I've been a doubter. I was a doubter of the 34 width, but it seems to be...
You doubted me?
Sorry, I will have to say I doubted you, but I doubt you no longer. We're going to take a quick break. I will set a new time for the final. Take a break, and I will see you in a moment. Holy moly, congratulations.
Faithful subjects and brave warriors of the German Empire. Our Reich now dominates Europe. A testament to the power and resolve of the German nation. One by one, the mighty have fallen. The burdens of Versailles are being paid back in the fear of our enemies. It is German science that has sharpened our dagger. And it is German science that will deliver our final strike.
Just a strategy game, it's a ground strategy game.
That's an certain motivation. It's not looking good. Yeah, oh, it's like already that close. That's like 8 divisions, more than that. I mean, it's like... There we have it. CMOX is our champion. The allies who needs to win, they're really not against all 3 bubble to flank his industry. The deck section time.
Welcome to the 4th video about our upcoming expansion, Götterdämmerung. I'm Peter Nicholson, Game Director for Hearts of Iron, and today we're finally going to talk about one of the most anticipated updates in Hearts of Iron 4. None other than the revamped Germany focus tree and systems. Germany's getting a rework with a plethora of new mechanics. These changes are part of the broader German rework included in the DLC, and for now we're going to focus on the shared mechanics along with the historical branch. After the defeat in the Great War, harsh stipulations were put on Germany, with the Treaty of Versailles causing resentment and severe economic hardship. Hyperinflation and political instability defined the early 1920s, and the Great Depression in 1929 led to rising support for extremists like the Nazis. By 1936, Adolf Hitler had become the absolute ruler of Germany and started to rearm, thus violating the Treaty of Versailles. Germany, however, was far from ready for a global conflict when they invaded Poland, and we've made adjustments to better reflect that. You'll now need to focus on building up their strength with new national spirits and focuses. The economy and each branch of the military, Heer, Kriegsmarine, and Luftwaffe, face their own unique challenges. Hell-bent on becoming self-sufficient, Hitler launched the 4-year plan in 1936, aimed at rapidly strengthening Germany's industries to support a swift rearmament. Central to this effort were the MEFO bills, which covertly financed military expansion in violation of the Treaty of Versailles. While effective in the short term, this financial scheme was unsustainable and contributed to Germany's growing economic instability, ultimately pushing the nation towards war. Though the 4-year plan provides you immediate strength, it leaves you vulnerable to the mounting pressures of paying your bills. In the new system, these bills will now more accurately reflect the strain, slowing down Germany's early military build-up and encouraging a more aggressive, expansionist strategy. As Germany rearms, the percentage of consumer goods factories dedicated to civilian production, will increase each month, eventually reaching a factor of 100%. This rising percentage represents the growing burden on Germany's economy, as all of your available resources are redirected to the war effort. You can, however, manage this through price controls, which temporarily slow the increase, but it's only a short-term fix. Eventually, with Germany's economy stretched to its limits, you'll need to go to war. By doing so, you'll switch out the bills to economy of conquest, which allows the seizure of gold and banking reserves from capitulated nations. This temporarily reduces the consumer goods factories, depending on the number of factories in the conquered country's core states. However, seizing reserves increases resistance in occupied territories, adding a further layer of difficulty. After securing enough resources by conquest, Germany can stabilize its economy by achieving autarky, replacing the economy of conquest with a more sustainable Wirtschaftswunder. The non-historical industrial path starts by prioritizing economic growth. This path will ruin your economy, but down the line you can rebuild it stronger than ever. In pure numbers, you'll get more factories from this path, but they will take longer to come by. You even get more building slots, leaving room for even more factories. The trade-off is that the focuses take longer to complete and are locked behind tech and other various factors. The updated focus tree is somewhat larger than the old one, so you'll need to prioritize carefully. With Götterdämmerung, Germany now starts with fewer generals and field marshals, but more can be unlocked through various focuses in the army branch. The important choice in this branch is how you want to shape your army. Do you want to expand upon the lessons from the Great War? Or do you want to rely on the more historically accurate new technology and tactics using tanks? Both options will offer different results to each other and will unlock different generals. Going down the Prussian legacy path will allow you to modify your state to bolster your military for a short while. Bewegungskrieg is of course meant to simulate Germany's Blitzkrieg during World War II, but this time represents a more traditional approach to the practice. The Blitzkrieg state modifier puts an emphasis on tank warfare. While the Blitzkrieg state modifiers might not last as long as the Bewegungskrieg one, they're packing quite a punch nonetheless. Choosing to develop your panzer forces will unlock two familiar faces, Erwin Rommel and Heinz Guderian. While your land warfare strategy is vital, the air war also plays a critical role in Germany's success. The key decision here is how to specialize the Luftwaffe. Will you follow the historical path, emphasizing dive bombers and CAS, or instead prioritize tactical and strategic bombers? To fix the Luftwaffe's problems, you'll need to reorganize the Luftwaffe and solve logistical bottlenecks. But not while Göring's in charge.
Hello, and welcome back. We are here. It is the grand final of this group stage. One of these people will be moving through to a grand final held over at Paradox, where, I mean, they've guaranteed got €250 after tonight, but they could be in with a chance of winning upwards of €5,000. I'm joined by Jarko, and Zad. Jarko, you are player 1, and you have picked Across the Rhine as your map. Zad means you get first choice of faction. Who are you picking?
So wait, we're playing Ryan, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll play allies.
Okay. Let's get in and do the ban phase. Remember, one singular ban in this first map. And I will ready up. Okay. So Zad, you pick your first ban.
Okay. I'm gonna ban 9th Army Wehrmacht.
Okay.
Okay.
And Jarko, over to you.
Communist China.
Communist China. Okay. Good luck, gentlemen. I will see you on the other side. Good luck. Have fun. So here we have it. The first match of our best of 3 final. Zad versus Jarko. Jarko versus Zad. Jarko, a strong first set of games, did go for all the way in the best of 3. Zad, a surprise tactic using this new 34-wit strategy that we haven't seen before, and a sudden upset with players' mental completely breaking in that at the end of that last game. Just didn't have that belief after that dual map with the surprise victory from Zad. I think it was just too much. The energy was too much. The day is getting late. You got to remember, these people are probably playing. None of these people are professional esports players. This is probably after work or after university, after school. They've probably had long hours already. It's getting way into the night. It's 9:43 here as we start this grand final today. I know that these people are at least one of them is at least 1 hour ahead. If player was playing anywhere further east of that, then you know we're going to be getting to closer and closer towards midnight that he's playing these games. You know, that's what it is. Anyway, here we go. We're going to get the initial picks coming on in. Chat, I want to know, if you're watching, are we here for Jarko, the Polish player, or are we here for Zad, the Irish player? Apparently, who we heard in the interim, I don't know if this came out on chat, but Zad is playing from a mobile phone hotspot because of the internet trouble. They are playing this on a 4G connection, and they are winning. So let's see. Anyway, you might be wondering, what the hell is in front of you right now on your screen? Well, this is Hearts of Iron 4 Commanders. This is a total overhaul mod that takes Hearts of Iron 4, the Paradox grand strategy game, and brings it into smaller competitive scenarios of 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3. This is a 1v1 tournament, and we are on the map Across the Rhine, a fan favorite. You'll see this map a lot if you see any of the competitive games. This is the go-to map. It has 3 victory points. What do I mean by victory points? Well, there's 3 ways to win. 1, your enemy surrenders, like what happened in the last game. You capitulate your enemy, as in you take all of their territory. Or the third and most notable way to play is there are 3 victory points on this map. Sometimes there's 5, sometimes there's 3. But basically, if you hold the majority of these victory points, you bleed your opponent's VP health, and that wins you the game. If this score hits 0, you're out. If it hits below 0, you're double out. But here we have it. This is a best of 3 scenario, and this is map 1. Wild. Absolutely wild, though. This is... I'm so excited to see this. I kind of hope I see that French pick again. I was intrigued. It was the first time I got to see the French units in action, and they barely got any action. So maybe we'll see that in this best of 3. I look forward to this ban system being put through its complete paces when we get to the grand final, when the competitions end, when we're in the final match on that fateful Saturday 9th of November, when we might see a best of 5 game. Not only that, but we'll see a best of 5, and if we go to game 5, there's going to be 5 faction bans. And there's 12 on each side. That's half of the faction picks going down, which means people are going to be dragging their feet through the supposed non-meta like champion picks and having to be left with something they might not have put any hours of practice into. It's going to be wild. But hello, my name is Midgeman. I'm going to be your host and caster for many games in this, and I'm also both the tournament organizer and owner of this mod. So yeah, cheers. If you have any questions, be aware or if you have any statements about the game and I want to talk about them, be aware that there is a 5-minute delay for safety reasons in terms of nobody should stream tonight. No. Also, in this setup period that lasts all of 275 days, the ball is rolling. We are counting down to war. And after that, after the build-up time, it's going to be all-out combat. There are some stuff that I might not say out loud, just in case there's enough time in the build-up phase left for someone to hear that and counter it. So be aware if I'm just going, ooh, everybody look at the screen, ooh. Furthermore, this tournament is sponsored by Paradox Interactive. You can check out Gotterdammerang, the upcoming expansion, now and buy into the Season Pass. The Season Pass gets you some day one unlocks, including an awesome cover of Flight of the Valkyries from the Wagner opera of the same name. Who would have thunk it? Anyway. I think we're probably going to see a classic matchup. Chinese. Also, if you missed the ban phase, Communist China, one of our new factions, has been banned for the Allies, and one of our new faction picks on the Axis, the Wehrmacht 9th Army, has also been banned. Right, let's take a look at our two players' industry right now. Let's see if we've got anything weird in the production. No, nothing weird in the Axis production. This is a pretty standard array for production. Maybe slightly heavy on support infantry equipment. Let's check the research. Nothing out of the normal as well on research. They're floating gun lines ready to create a gun line for... Ooh, hang on. Speaking of, we've got something... We do actually have something interesting already coming in on the Axis production. I lied. Look at that. Let's take a look at the Allies now. Production. Gang. We've got a game. We have got a game on our hands. That's an interesting production choice there from the Allies. Let's see how that goes. 180 days left. And we also have survivability studies. So we are going to see air from the Allies. Okay. So, we've got Zad going in with his 34 widths. They're going to be coming out. I got a feeling we might be seeing another France. Arm the Imagino might be sneaking on out here. What are the Axis going to pick? I wonder if Jarko watched that previous game and... Yeah, I wonder if Jarko's been watching any of the Zad games and knows that what's coming. Again, right now, as a reminder, Jarko is on the Axis, Zad is on the Allies. Passive defense upgrades being put into the intelligence agencies. 148 days now to war. Final arms industry expansions are going in. So the players have been moving down their industrial tree. This is where traditionally we should start seeing faction picks coming in. The Axis is going to be the one to watch because I wonder if they're going to pick something that might be an infantry counter or if they're going to go for a tried and true method. We'll see. Jarko has got very good micromanagement. Technically, Jarko, on paper, has also beaten some of the best people in the world at this game before. Our Polish competitor is really high on the APM. They're young. They're a new blood into the tournament space. They've beaten quite a lot of the strong players, so they might just rely on a tried and true tactic and go for the counter play rather than the counter pick. So we're waiting for it. Sorry guys, I've got to pick out my Kit Harington because winter is coming. That's right, we are seeing a Finland pick, which is most likely going to be Army of the Isthmus. People are currently feeling that North Finland group has been nerfed into the ground, so we'll probably see an Army of the Isthmus pick here. Let's see what that gets. This is going to be a no-air Finland build, most likely. Let's just wait for the confirmation. Yeah, there we go. Army of the Isthmus. So Army of the Isthmus gets you Spirit of the White Death, which grants you division speed, enemy air superiority, enemy air support effectiveness down 25%, damage reduction from CAS plus 25%, special forces cap increased. You get Finnish air defense, which gets you anti-air production, anti-air hard attack, and piercing. There's also, you take less vulnerability to your factories. Molotov cocktails makes your infantry have hardness and piercing. Sami Rangers deploys 4 infantry divisions, which are stocked out with light infantry, which is a special forces unit unique to this mod. Works kind of like the idea of being rangers, as in US Army Rangers. They are forest specialists. We have countering Soviet armor, which is towed anti-tank production and piercing, much like the Finnish air defense. You get the Marshal, which gives you division attack and defense through as your core power, and then you have Sisu, the end cap, which gives you mobilization speed, recruitable population, division attrition, division recovery rate, division attack on core territory, and division defense on core territory. You also have the shared Finland tree. My god, tongue twisters today. Deeper Corporation gives you a stockpile of equipment of infantry equipment, towed artillery and support equipment. Ski infantry gives you all movement in snow. Not going to be coming to play on this map very much, but also more movement on light infantry. And then Hakanpale, which gives you breakthrough. So just a straight breakthrough. And we're going through counter-Soviet armor. Let's see what our allied player is currently picking. Steel Mountains. Oh my gosh. Is that the songs of the USSR right here? Yes, this is a Red Army pick. 5th Guards Tank Army is coming in. The IS program has already been picked. Let's see what you get. 5th Guards Tank Army gets adds. They're a mobile warfare doctrine tree, which adds subsidized tank designs, which means it's easier to put tanks in your divisions. You get the IS program, which adds 150 ISU-152 tank destroyers. You get the Stalingrad tractor plant, which is heavy tank production cost, medium tank production cost, and production efficiency base increased. Steel Mountains is research bonus for heavy tank models, adds the Steel Mountains, which is heavy tank production cost, super heavy tank production cost, and yeah. That's that. And then Ring of Steel adds Ring of Steel, which is mechanized production cost. A lot of industry production cost reduction here for basically heavy tank companies. You also get a lot of mechanized here and mechanized bonuses to attack and defense, as well as some political power. 5th Guards Tank Mechanized is 2 mechanized infantry divisions with a medium tank support in there. And then the 2nd Tank Corps, which is 1 heavy tank division. Marshal of Victory gets you division speed, armored division attack, motorized attack, cavalry attack, mechanized attack, and then you have the shared tree. Red October, 20 submarines. Ural Automotive Plant, which gives you mechanized production cost, truck production cost, and it gives you some mechanized and trucks. Red Pilots, which is fighter production costs, all down, and you could also have women in your country become pilots, and then no step back. Organization loss when below 25%. Negative 25%. Non-combat outer supply penalties, negative 10%. Consumer goods factories, negative 20%. Division recovery rate, plus 10%. Stability, plus 15%. And division attack, 10%. It is all about tanks and industry behind them. Wow. This is really interesting. Super interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing this. I saw chat talking about converting factories. That is kind of the meta. What you'll do is you'll use the spawn in. You'll get the spawn in industry. Then you'll build a few. Whilst that's happening, you're building a few you build more. Mills. And then once you've done that, you convert your mills, your civs to mills, because one, strategic destruction really isn't a thing. And 2, you can always spawn in more civs later. But early game, you just need the industrial complex to be working on guns, basically. You need the logistics. You need the resources. And the only way to get it is to use everything you've got. Apologies, guys, if I'm taking slightly more extended breaks when I'm between me talking, especially in these quieter periods. I forgot how excited I get by casting, and after game 1 today, which was, 6 matches ago, 6 maps ago, I felt my voice go, huh, where I haven't spoken this much all week, or probably in months, and I forgot all of my training. So I'm taking a little bit calmer, because I've got what's the day, tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, just a whole another like 7 of these broadcasts to do. Yeah, need to be a bit calmer with what I'm doing. Anyway, let's take a quick look at troop disparity. That's going to be a key thing, because obviously we're going to see 34 whips coming from from Zad. 55 battalions versus 39. Zad could get himself overwhelmed. Like we saw it happen in that first match. And here is the war. This is the war. Let's see who makes it to the VPs. This is going to be very, very important. Zad, our allied player, is going to make it to Amsterdam first. Zad is going to be making it to Amsterdam first. There's 1 VP point in his favor. Clone should technically be easier for the allies to get to. The Axis are struggling. They are not microing their troops. Look at this line of infantry, though. They are moving in force. They are nowhere near Amsterdam yet. These tank divisions are moving through. Let's take a look at this tank template, because I think, oh god, this is the elusive Sammy Ranger division that we saw make absolute cut through people like butter in the first match. Clone has fallen to the allies though as well, so just Frankfurt in the Axis favor, and the VP point bleed has begun. Allies are currently winning, but let's see how these initial combats weigh out. This is going to be quality versus quantity again. However, the disparity in troops, not nearly as much, because whilst quantity is a thing for the Finland build, there is still some real quality units in there. It's like solid backbone but strong breakthrough, whereas it's going to be solid across the board for our allies. Sorry, let's take a look at the division template. This is the 34 width monster, absolute monster, and let's look at the production. They're making 6 heavy tanks a day already. 6 heavy tanks per day from get-go. This is going to be a slow grind, I think. I'm hoping we see the Finland be a counter to this. Now, Finland does get anti-tank tactics somewhere in the tree. Countering Soviet armor is already in. Let's hope this will be enough. Axis are going to make a push through Friesland. Frisia. Cross the Strait of Holland. Possibly unlock a back door into Amsterdam. I once unlocked a back door in Amsterdam. They soon, very, very soon, kicked me out of that building. Some key pivot points to take note of on this map are the train hub province right here in Mossland and across the bridge in Hessen. These 2 tiles around the Koblenz area, they unlock a pivot point around Frankfurt, and then the main one between Essen and Amsterdam is Utrecht and Dusseldorf. There is a secret pocket in Utrecht that if you can bait troops... Hang on, that's a naval invasion sound. That's a naval invasion sound. Allies. Zad, what are you doing? Zad's in Hamburg. Zad's in Hamburg. He's learned from the dual map. Luckily, though, I think our Polish player, Jarko, isn't a fool. They've got troops ready to counter that. But yes, there's the Utrecht pocket. If you can bait an allied player up as the axis to push their troops here, you can push from Arnhem and just completely cut them off in Utrecht. And it's a really easy, like, repeatable, capturable pocket. The other place to look for is Dusseldorf. This is a pivot point across the Rhine. This Arnhem-Dusseldorf river crossing. This helps you control Essen. And if you can get to Essen, you can normally swap Cologne or vice versa. If you're on the Axis side of the Rhine, owning Dusseldorf weakens the Allied hold around Cologne. Those are the places to look for. Right, I need to check the Axis. They're in the hole for AT. Advanced Warfare is going to help. And if they've got production on anti-tank, which they do, they should start pressuring these forces. Now, I want to check. Does this cavalry brigade have tanks in it? It doesn't, so we can't see the piercing rate. I believe Finland starts with some of the best generals that you can get in the mod. I don't know if they were toned down at all. I think the problem right now is the weight of the divisions versus the... Because Zad is going for these 34 widths, and he has got multiple stacked on the line. The smaller divisions of Finland are struggling. But if you look, this division can deal 100% of their damage through the armor. Both, it's happening on both sides. They are both able to pierce one another. Let's take a check of the combat casualties. Axis 24k losses, Allies 14k loss. Pretty low loss game here. But let's look at all of the Finnish divisions. All of them are piercing the armor on the Allied side. If they get a foothold across the Rhine here, name drop, that could be really, really good. Pushing out from Frankfurt isn't going to hurt. If they have to drive more Allied attention down south, it might open up some pockets in the north. So the counterattacks and defenses going on in the north. Speaking of, look at the defense stats though on these Space Marine divisions. Zad has created masterful Space Marine divisions with the IC available to him. Anti-tank deficit will only take 24 days to get out of. AA deficit probably similar. Let's check logistics on the Allied side. Allies swimming in, like, they're swimming in tanks and stuff right now. Absolutely awesome. Fighters, they've got fighters in the air. Let's take a look. They are missing 400 fighters right now, but they're going to slowly build those up. I don't know if the Axis are going to... No. So the thing about right side Finland, it's a no air build. We will not see this fighters countered. So, in fact, Zad investing in fighters and not CAS. Well, if the CAS starts getting built, then it's fine. But fighters instead of CAS here, that's going to be weak. That's wasted IC. He can literally go 100% into this CAS. But it is a very, very good close air support template. This is going to do a lot of damage. Then again, Finland is more resistant to CAS, so it's not as bad as it seemed. Again, this is a time build pressure though. Allies are only going to get stronger. Finland has to try and get itself at least a foothold somewhere, maybe Koblenz, Bonn, or Dusseldorf. We've got to see these provinces try to flip so you can pressure one of the VPs. VPs now 500 to 411. Spirit of the White Death coming through. That's going to be very, very good at keeping your units alive. Multi tactics again. The outer supply penalty. Hakanpale is going to be so good to get as well for Finland. Hakanpale. Attack towards Dusseldorf. So entrenched, the Allied player. Push towards Utrecht as well. Zad's starting to make some major gains there. 5 more divisions spawned in. Let's take a look at the division count. Axis have 60 in the field. Allies have 41. It's a really good troop count, to be fair, from Zad this time around. How many of the divisions are this type? Nine. What are the other widths? 18 width? Okay, so only 9 of these divisions are 34 widths. And they're concentrated around the center, which is really good. The Sami Ranger divisions, the 26th widths currently. This design is the thing that won Jarko with this build before. The thing is, Rangers or light infantry have forest movement attack mostly. They do have a little bit of river crossing bonuses. Combining that with the tanks, it does offset their bonuses ever so slightly. If you look at hills, if you look at forests, I do like the marine pick. That's going to really help with the river crossing penalties. If they can get a few extra divisions to be marines, say in the center around Essen, going to be really, really helpful. The Marshal now being picked up. The division attack and defense, that's going to go in swimmingly. It's best in Industry 5 as well. Sami Rangers being used to take that crossing. They adjust. Did the Axis adjust those Sami Ranger divisions to increase? Oh, they switched them from. They switched them from being light infantry to Marines, so that they actually had bonuses across the river. That's going to be huge. Now they're making pressure on Amsterdam. That's a VP. If they can swap the hands of this VP, this could be excellent. This is the momentum the Axis need. They're getting the encirclement. There's a force attack coming in from both sides. Obviously, that's going to add more damage, but it also means those two units are going to weaken and possibly melt against each other, depending on who's the strongest. Again, these are some of the 34 width divisions just got in there for the reinforce. That's a big battle. Oh, and the tanks are going back across the river. At least for now. Or the Strait of Holland, should I say. Dusseldorf possibly in danger. Decent adjustments here. Axis just being pushed back, seeing another forced attack coming on in. Spending those command power points. There's not enough movement across the entire line. The way that Jarko needs to win this is by stretching Zad thin. I do not think Zad has the APM to keep up with Jarko, especially if he was to try and pressure in some of these weaker pockets. Obviously, we have the power of insight. We can see past the fog of war more so than they can. So, but here we go. There's a push towards Koblenz. The Allies are defending that, but that's a pinning maneuver for this bridgehead. These bridges are a clear point of process, and now we see these pushes coming in the south. Yes, it's not towards a VP. Yes, it's only expanding the ground around a VP you already control. But with 334 points, you need to start putting some pressure on somewhere. Try and get yourself a foothold. Distract some of the troops across, and then maybe make an attack somewhere else. These are these Sami Rangers as well. Again, using these marine combat. Let's see what bonuses they have on river crossings right now. Marsh, jungle, river. It's currently 28% movement and 10% attack. Obviously, some of that's getting reduced because of the tanks in the template. One thing they could do to improve that is add flame tanks, which they have done. How many of those are in production right now? Let's take a check. Not sure. There's the Marshal coming on in. Flame tanks, they need 60. Okay, that's a pretty easy catch-up on production. That shouldn't be too long. Just check logistics over for the allies. Allies swimming in guns, swimming in tanks, swimming in pretty much everything. Every heavy tank destroyers, those ISU 152s, also being utilized in the builds. Not able to breach the river right now. Bon under threat. Bon under threat. There's a weakness in the line at Bon. Cologne also being pressured as well. Are the Axis going to be able to break through? Reinforcements just getting in there in time, but they got memed out. The Axis are across. They are across the Rhine. I repeat, the Axis have advanced across the Rhine. Can they hold it? Can they expand this little bridgehead? Is it going to be enough to start turning the tide of battle? Who knows? It actually might be, because troops are getting pulled off of other regions. Axis are going to hold. They are going to hold. They need to keep up this assault. They need to keep moving forward here. They're putting a pressure directly on Cologne. They need to take Maastricht. One of these units needs to be directed at Maastricht. They're getting the double combat now. Oh, pressure everywhere. Pressure everywhere. Move south. Get some people going into Strasbourg. Come on, Axis. I sound really biased right now as a caster. That's because right now I am. I want to see a longer game. I want to see these two people pressure, fight it out. I love seeing it. Screw standing behind a river. Get the battle going. I will say Jarko was hoping that they would end up against Player. They knew how Player played. They know how Player, the players' comps, how they like to build. They were more scared of Zad because they were an unknown. And right now, it seems like that's proving fruitful for Zad. Zad is actually with the upper hand now. 285 VPs remain. The Axis running out of time. The longer this VP bleed happens, the faster it gets, by the way. You'll notice it will drop down by 2 for a long while. And then eventually it will start... Well, it's at 1 right now, and then it will be 2. Because technically it's ramping up now towards a 3-point VP bleed. Those excellent leaders for the finish really coming in clutch. The double adaptable making some huge gains. In fact, they're going out on the offensive. This is what they need to do. They need to completely surround this Dusseldorf Cologne pocket. Slow and steady. This is great. This is great. Look at the pinning maneuvers here. Oh, will they get a breakthrough towards Dusseldorf? I want to see some pressure here. They can fold some of this line. Zad's going to be in trouble. Again, pivot point. Dusseldorf, Bonn, Utrecht, Koblenz. These are the ones that we need to look for. They connect the logistics. This railway hub here, it's not an actual supply hub. It's just a province where 5 railway connections happen. It's essentially it's Mayfair. It is Park Lane. It is a key piece on this board. Dusseldorf has fallen. Dusseldorf has fallen. Dusseldorf down. Down, Dusseldorf down. But Bonn is going to be falling back in return. This is a flip-flop here from the Axis. I pivot on one's axis, could they say. Essen is wide open right now. The Allies could exploit this. This could go back the other way. The Axis are completely back across the Rhine. Utrecht faltering now. Let's take a quick look at casualties. 219k for the Axis, only 107 for the Allies. Axis are bleeding for every mile they attempt to take. That's my tea finished, everybody. I'm in the gamer zone now. Sammy Rangers now pivoting north, trying to probe an attack up there again. I feel like the weakness in Strasbourg, if before Bonn fell, before Dusseldorf fell, when in that key moment, if a singular APM click had been, boom, pushed over to Strasbourg, this could be a different scenario right now. I just feel like Jarko is not testing the line enough. He's not putting enough pressure in too many places for Zad. The man is currently on a mobile phone connection. All you need to do is overwhelm him. Sends too much data. Use that against him. No, Dusseldorf again under pressure here. Take out a look at logistics. Despite so many troop losses, Jarko is flush with logistics right now, only suffering on infantry equipment. Currently good equipment logistics across the board for our allied player as well. No step back about to come in. That's going to make it real tough to get that push over. Right now there's an advantage in terms of attack points. Sisu now also coming in as well. With Sisu getting that extra recruitable pop, it actually means Finland is decent in terms of the fact that they've lost so many troops is somewhat offset. Not totally, but somewhat. Ooh, also our allied player... Oh no, okay, they do have weapons 2 in. I was going to say, hang on. Our Axis player only had weapon 1. No, they've got weapons 2 as well. Where's the flame tank? Have they not put any flame tanks in production? They haven't. They've had them teched, they've put them into their unit, but they have not been they've not been producing flame tanks. That's a mistake. Zad being allowed to re-entrench. No step back is going to make this really hard for the Axis to push over the Rhine again. 183 VPs now, running out of time. It's been a very, very solid hold from our allied player, Zad. Might be a new Wunderkind. A title previously held by Sum-Zero. Our Wunderkind might be Zad now. Oh, and here we have an allied offensive. They're not sitting back on their laurels. They're going to make sure that the Axis can't entrench and push across the Rhine anymore. They are taking it on the aggressive. This could turn back on them, though, if they get counter-pushed, clicked at the wrong time. This could turn into an Axis push across the Rhine, depending on how much they overstretch. There's a chance here. Let's see if we can gather anything from Zad's clicks. Not enough maneuvering down the south. That's going to be my main takeaway from this map. Yes, there's no tactical gain. No, there is, in terms of there isn't a VP down here. But allowing Zad to concentrate their counterattacks Like there is a full-on 20 unit disparity between the two players. For the 34 wits to fall apart, you need to envelop them. Use those 20 divisions, get a foothold somewhere south, push across, drive more of the Axis allied forces south, open up gaps up here, exploit those gaps, and that's it. They're throwing in the towel for that first game. That's only game 1 of today's final, though. Going to Zad. We'll be switching over now to a game 2.
Yeah,
GG. So, Zad, you take game 1. Jarko, are you okay to keep hosting, considering Zad's internet? So, Zad, you get to pick map now. What are you going for?
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, okay.
It's your turn to pick map. Zad, what are you picking?
I'm gonna pick. Wait, I have to connect to my hotspot internet right now. Sorry.
No worries. Jarko's gonna stay host just for the sake of your internet.
Oh, yeah, like that makes sense. Like I could go out any moment.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, just give me 1 minute and I'll.
No problem.
I'll be right back.
So Jarko, that 34 width meta. How do you feel like you've got a counter to it?
I think that this is just heavy tank meta. As I just couldn't click this with anything.
If it happens again, do you have an idea of how you're going to beat it?
Yes, I have some idea to counter it.
Okay, cool. I'm excited to see that. Also, remember the bands stay. I'm sure you are aware when we get into the game. Just going to wait for Zad so we can pick what map. So we're quickly waiting for Zad to change to his internet hotspot. I hope everybody is enjoying today's broadcast. There will be more of these broadcasts on both TMW eSports and on my Twitch channel and over on HOI. Hello.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Connected back to my hotspot.
What map would you like?
Wait, let me get into the game and I'll... Sorry. Okay, I want to play Jewel.
Okay. India. Jarko, you have pick of faction. What faction would you like to play?
Axis.
You want to be Axis, okay. Obviously, you're going to have first ban. Remember, bans stay, so let's go up to 2 bans. And let's get...
Yeah, don't forget 2 bans.
Yep.
Bans, yeah.
Let's get in game. Okay. Ban phase. So, Communist Forces and 9th Army Wehrmacht are already banned. So, get those gone. And, Jarko, what is your first ban? Fifth Guards Tank Army, okay. And, Zad, what are you banning?
Let me think about this one. This one's very tough. I have so many options. But I'm gonna ban Panzer Group Progress.
PGW, okay. Good luck. See you guys on the other side. So, game 2, map 2 of our final for the group 3. Hello everybody, my name is Midgeman. I am your host and caster for today. It's group final. This is Commanders, a HOI4 mod that brings HOI4 into the competitive space. bringing you 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3 game modes with a pick and ban phase, all sorts of stuff. It's eSports ready. Today, we had Zad versus Jarko. Currently, Zad is 1 point up. Let me quickly just update the overlay for you right now as I say that. Boom, there you go. That's changing. And we are on Jular India map. This is a 3VP map. What do I mean by VP? Well, that's because VP is a way to win. There are 3 ways to win. Either your opponent surrenders, you capitulate your opponent, which means you take out all of their core territory, or you hold enough of the VPs for long enough that their life points, their VP points, cut all the way down to 0. On this map, there are 3 key points to look at. There are Patna, Lucknow, and Nagpur, or Nagpur. These are the VPs to focus on. This map is a shorter front for the Axis, wider front for the Allies, but there's better terrain to move through for the Allies and harder terrain for the Axis. I mean, the Axis can often get stuck on a 1P VP defending for a long time, or if the Axis get enough footholds and they can move into the easy to maneuver through Allied territory, it becomes a game for them, whereas the Allies can get forces to the line quicker and hopefully overwhelm and envelop if they can grab to Nagpur or Patna and pressure them on a wider front. So, tanks are still good, confirmed. I'm reading from chat are catching up. It's been an exciting night. A new meta has been revealed by Zad that seems to be doing him really solidly. This could go 2-0, honestly, with how Zad has been playing. A little wonderkin from Ireland, going to possibly take the 250, make his way into that final tournament. Be our second player to qualify because Group 2 had its qualifiers delayed. That will be happening some point soon. Be aware. If you want more news on this tournament, please doubly check out the HOI4 Commanders website, doras.to/HOI4 Commanders. You also find the tournament rules on there, a page describing the mod, how to get the mod, as well as tournament TOS and an event schedule where you can see all the streams, etc, etc. Currently, I just punched my mic like 5 times there. Jarko is playing on the Axis, Zad is playing on the Allies. We are 100, we haven't unpaused yet, so we are still 175 days before the war, and people are getting their initial clicks in. We're seeing infantry equipment, artillery and truck. We're seeing this kind of very standard setup here from our Axis, and on our Allies, we're seeing the exact same. They are counterpointing each other. Now, I was speaking to Jarko in the interim there. He said he might have a tactic to beat the 34 width, and I think partially taking away the Axis on this map is a really good show of doing that, especially if it might be a bait for the 34 width. Something we've seen before with the 34 width. If you can envelop them with a larger tactic, you've got a wider front, you can push them, you can get around them, you can destroy them. So putting the allied, possibly 34 widths on the wider front is a really good tactic. Also, gives you shorter region to hold if you want to try and turtle for late game as Axis. I would like to see this. Now we're just waiting for these guys to unlock. I am actually going to quickly run downstairs as things have not unpaused because I'm out of water and I'm out of liquids and I need to slurp. I'm sorry, I'm slacking from my duties. I'm back. So, the game has not unpaused. I haven't missed anything. How are we all doing, guys? Do we think this is going to be a 2-0, or do we think we're going to be moving through to a round 3 of this final. I've got a feeling there's a round 3 coming. Just in my gut, I feel it in my heart of hearts. The heart of the cards is speaking to me as I consume chocolate mousse. Initial tech being picked now. And there we go. The game has begun. So we are now trawling down our way. The 34 width meta is really a sight to behold. I honestly wonder if we're going to see, now that the 5th guards have been banned, I wonder if we're going to see a France pick again. That Army de Maginot was quietly very good for this build that Zad is going for. And I wonder if that's going to be the case again. So the random chatter on YouTube were saying, criticizing the view count. This is being streamed in like 4 places. Agencies being built from day 1. Like normal, rapid industrialization has begun. The real note is going to be after this military line has been taken, once this final arms industry is going to be worked out, we'll get to see the faction picks. And now something tells me, something in my bones, I feel like we're going to see an IJA pick as the counter to the 34 widths. I think Jarko is going to try and do what Player did, but slightly more successfully. I assume the multiplayer setup for this is a mod set that is something not being added to the base game. Yes, Miracle Daughters. This is the Commanders mod. That's why it's HOI4 Commanders Worlds. This is a mod that I help develop. As we enter our 8th match of today for me to cast, do apologize again if I take some more moments to be quiet. I've got 8 more streams of this, or 8 more streams like this in the next week, and I need to be at my tip-top form. An early investment into anti-tank, I wonder if that's for the artillery gun. 4 tanks, I wouldn't be surprised if it isn't. If it is, sorry. No early division design coming in yet from Zad. See if there's anything interesting on the tech. I need to double check my players. Jarko might be going for if you can't beat them, join them. And I am so here for it. That's an early investment there from Jarko. I'm so here for it. 152 days left of the build-up period. We're about to see faction picks start coming on in. Wait, they're not swapping, are they? That's a light tank investment there from Zad. Is this a bait and switch? I wonder if we're going to see an Axis Hungry pick come in from Jarko. I wonder if he's going to learn from the Zad game. Right, I'm going to keep an eye now on the Axis. I think the Axis Hungry Romania. We're going to see a Hungry pick. We're going to see Jarko try to beat Zad at his own game, and I'm so here for that. That's so hype. US. It's got to be... Nope, Red Army. What? Isn't 5th Guards banned? So he's going 3rd shock. Gang. Gang, this could be wild. This could be a shake-up. We're seeing a 3rd shock army. Okay, this is the first time we've seen 3rd shock army this tournament of today. So I'm going to read out what it does. I wonder if this is actually a misclick from Zad. Hasn't taken the next focus yet. Oh no, there you go. 3rd shock. So 3rd shock. It gets the Soviet fleet and the talented young officers boom from Red Army. Obviously, it's a Red Army pick. And it shares the Red Army central tree. 3rd shock gets the 79th Rifle Company, which is 2 infantry divisions at 22 width. You also get towed artillery production cost and breakthrough. Line artillery soft attack is also a boon here. Stalin's organs. This is 2 motorized rocket artillery divisions. Katyushas. We can play Katyusha at loud volume, just bursting down. Maybe a trap remix in true sort of tanky fashion. These divisions pack a punch and are fast movers. You also get the VDV, which is 2 paratrooper divisions. You get armed local militias, which is 10 with militia divisions. Armored trains give you winter attrition, supply consumption down, and supply range increase. You unlock armored trains and you get 50 of them. You get the 128th Short Range Bombing Regiment, which is 100 air experience and 150 CAS. You get a railway gun from the Chainbreaker, as well as Georgy Zhukov, Army Organization, Reinforce Rate, and Encirclement Penalty Reduction decreased. And then finally, no step back. We've seen this before. Organization lost when below 25%, negative 25%. Non-combat outsupply penalty, negative 10%. Consumer goods factory factor, negative 20%. Division recovery rate, 10%. Stability, 15%. And division attack, 10%. You also get the shared trees of Red October, which is 20 submarines. The Ural Automotive Plant, which is trucks and mechanized, as well as production cost reductions for both of those. And cheaper planes with red pilots, which also unlocks women being able to become pilots. Fab. Okay, that's that. And then the Axis, just a reminder, the Hungary focus tree is basically a combination of tanks and production of tanks, as well as cavalry. Weirdly. Did you know in base game HOI that upgrades to your mechanized troops, any of your infantry, etc., don't apply to cavalry? Well, for this Hungary tree it does, because we've added lots of bonuses to both cavalry and motorized and production cost reductions for tanks, including increased speed. It's all about cavalry and tanks, and we're going to see some pretty weird divisions here. Let's look at this cavalry regiment. It's a 26th width currently with 1 medium tank in it. So we're going to see cavalry, medium tank, Space Marines on the Axis side versus, I don't know what width yet with Zad, but there are paratroopers. There are plenty of paratroopers. Those ones currently are too small. I don't think it's on an XP gain. Let me see. Need to keep an eye on this. Sorry, gang. That's a rule break. Hey, Zad. Zad, can you hear me?
What's up, man? Yo, what's up, bro?
one of your templates is too small. That is all I will say. But that's you need to be careful there. That's a rule break.
Oh, I'm not using. Okay.
You know the one.
Thanks for pointing that out, Midgeman.
Yep, no worries.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. That's all I have to do. Nudge them in the right direction. One of them is too small. So there we go. That might have been the spawning template, so I just needed to double check. Sorry, not the spawning template, but I think that might be the one you got from the tech. Just need to make sure they weren't using it. So there you go. We will just keep an eye on that. But yeah, so we're gonna see some interesting maneuvers here with this. We're gonna try and make a deep rush using those. I'm trying not to say it out loud. We are 32 days away from the war. I don't think it's going to get counted in time. So yeah, these paratroopers are going to drop on both Patna and Nagpur as fast as they possibly can. Is there any fighter investment at all from our can't beat them, join them build? No, there is not. I think they're trying to go for a no air build here. They don't get any from the tree either. So this is going to be real interesting. And it's going to be up to Zad to try and make up the ground afterwards. The thing is as well, Zad is not using 34 widths this time. It is using just standard 18 widths. And the amount of troops in the field, 60 divisions against 44 divisions. I kind of rate these cavalry divisions slightly more over time. These are only going to get stronger. So again, if the Axis can keep their industry flowing and build up for late game, and Zad doesn't have enough time to turn this around, it could be brutal. The thing is though, if Zad bleeds enough VP points with holding all 3 victory points, this is going to be exciting. It's going to be very exciting. So we've got can't beat them, join them versus a whole new world of tactics over here. And here we go. 8 days. War has begun. Pretty much. Right now? Maybe? Slightly a day ahead. There we go. There's the war. Now let's see these paratroopers drop. So we do have a mechanic in the mod where paratroopers can't drop on day 1. You have to wait till day 2 just to give the possibility of countering air, but there was no air to be countered here, so those paratroopers have landed. Now it's all about getting to them, getting that support. Can these paratroopers hold on long enough? And let's see, the first one already holding out pretty well. It goes. Okay, so the Patna hold is not going to pay off. The Nagpur hold might do. Axis making really good ground here. Really nice early ground. We're about to see the first main combat. How do these cavalry units stack up? Oh, no way! They relieve Patna! I still think this paratroop division is going to get crushed. We'll have to see, though. The five province encirclement. Oh, one's not an attacking. So 3 province encirclement is brutal. And that paratrooper is most likely going to get pushed out of there. But it has given Zad enough time to catch up. What are in these 18 widths? Are they still the 18 widths? They are. They've got anti-tank and support artillery. Can they pierce? Right now, I think they can. I don't think there's enough armor in these cavalry templates yet for the piercing to matter all too much. Oh, no! Zag got in. Oh, the Axis are they're floundering. 50 VP points have already dropped in this game. This is a huge bait and switch for Zad. He's been playing for the last 4 games. He's been doing this 34 width meta. An opponent has finally picked the 34 width meta against him, and boom, paratroopers. Let's go. I think they're about to make their way into Patna, though, to stop this bleed. But 80 points already gone. This is a great move from Zad. An absolutely great move from Zad here. Putting the hurt on so early. Plus, they've been able to take the really strong forest line and the little mountain next to Nagpur. Absolute dominant display. Patna is like legitimately holding so much longer than I thought it would. I'm honestly surprised by this counter build, and it's excellent. Planes are in the sky. I'm guessing those are the spawn-in planes from the allied tree, plus some investments. And hello, I've just seen something in the corner of my screen. It was a failure point for Zad when he played Duel. It almost cost him a victory. Now, he's learnt. Let's see if this is going to be a sharp 2-0. We might be about to be in a sharp 2-0. Jarko is beating into the line. 84k to 83. It's probably one of the closest casualty ratios we've had at this point in a war. All series, all semi-finals, all finals. The supply is becoming a bit of an issue, and it's only about to get worse. Let's see this from the Axis perspective. The tank division has just been spawned in, though. The Hungarian tank division has just been spawned in. This could be used very rapidly as a fast response unit. It's not going to do too much damage unless any of these invasions land in Calcutta. They've now been seen. The alert has pinged. Where is this troop landing? Is it going to be in Calcutta? Okay, one is in Dhaka. One is going for that point in Dhaka. And yep, Calcutta has been cut. That's going to be good for supply. If Zad can now react and use this to push the advantage, then he's golden. However, the logistic issues along the main front line. Patna still holding. VP bleed down to 358 now. Rangoon has fallen. Chainbreaker on its way. Where's Stalin's organs? Where are they? Where are they? Where are the Katyushas? They're being moved to the front line now. Okay. Katyushas are on their way. A dominating display from Zad. Showing really why he wants to be in this final. But Jarko is no pushover. He's fighting with every inch, every breath that he has. Is it going to be enough, though? Zad is showing he understands this map. Jewel is his crown jewel. It's what solidified his semi-final win. It broke players' mental. His unbelievably good push as Hungry in that map. Jarko stealing the Hungry pick away from Zad, thinking it would give him the upper hand, but no, Zad had already prepared the counter. It's a proper bait and switch. It's proper esports. This is classic. This is honestly beautifully well played. But this is the thing about the Hungry build. It's gonna only get more and more impactful. The thing about Zad's build right now is it is an early game build. He is massively in the hole for equipment. Like, hugely in the hole for equipment. These are only 18 width standard divisions, if I remember correctly. Yeah, these are just kind of 18 widths. They will slowly falter. So if our Axis player can hold on just long enough, this might be good. How is our Polish player going to crawl out of this? They managed to close the Rangoon pocket slightly. A good gain. Now, if they can just get themselves a VP somewhere, stop that bleed ever so slightly. The rivers are being a killer though right now. Hungary doesn't have much in the way of special forces usage, which could really, really be nice about now. Honestly, the semi-ranger build from the last map would be better here. Those Katyushas now making it into the battle. Just to highlight the Katyusha division slightly. Where is it? Oh, I think it's been decommissioned. I'm on the Axis. That's why I can't see it. I'm a clever boy. Yeah, the mechanized rocket artillery. Look at this. Look at this. Those stats are not displaying correctly. There we go. I was going to say, look at this, I mean. Look at the 400 soft attack. Look at that breakthrough. Get me a planes tile. Get it cleared. That's exactly what the Katyusha will do. This is a fantastic display. Honestly, some great HOI work here. Stabilized line. Let's take a look at the casualties. 221k to the Allies, 150k to the Axis. See, that's the unfortunate thing. Like, there's going to be a lot more infantry losses here, and Axis are only slowly going to get stronger. And the Axis, let's take a look at their logistics. Pretty much all green. Allies, let's take a look at their logistics. Not okay. They're kind of green, not as great. But the Axis. Tongue twister. Allied player is currently going through the industrial concern. They're not going to get no step back. They've gone nowhere near the shared tree. They're looking to improve their industry. They know they need to now build for a late game just in case. Let's take a look at our Axis player. They're currently not picking a focus. They've completed the majority of the Hungry tree. Are they going to go for the joint focuses, or are they too going to go down the industrial concern? I've got a feeling someone's going to nudge them towards... Nope, they're going for the central line. Anti-Soviet cooperation is being taken. A new division design template coming on in. Patna is just going to hold so well. Air performing a dominant display. Let's take a look at division count difference. 53 divisions. I'm guessing in the 70s for the... Yep, 74 divisions for the Allies. Such a solid defense. Pressure is being pushed across the line, though. Only 160 VPs, though, left. And that's it! They've thrown in the towel. So there we have it, gang. Zad is moving through. They are our champion today. GG, GG, GG.
Well played, well played.
Commiserations, Jarko. Well played. Great games earlier today and this evening. But sadly, you are not making it through in this group stage. However, there are plenty more group stages still available, which I'm sure you're already a part of, some of them. Again, you may now disconnect. Thank you so much for playing, and we will see you next time.
Wait, so do I qualify now?
Yeah, Zad, you're through, bud. You've qualified. You've done it. You've got a guaranteed 250 when you play the in the finals next week. Maybe check out your internet, see if you can get some stuff sorted there, because you don't want that to be the thing that loses your chance of getting 5,000 euros if you win totally on the other end. But congratulations. Well played.
Oh my god.
Really well played, Zad. That was absolutely brilliant.
I had a feeling that I was going to lose that. Like, honestly,
really?
I can't, yeah, I just like felt like, damn, like it's over. At every point, even if I was winning, I just had that gut feeling. But I can't believe I made it out of this. Like, I don't have to grind no more, bro. I can just relax. I can focus on my studies. Like, oh man.
Well, even so, we will see you next week. Thank you so much. And guys, thank you for playing today.
GG. Thank you so much, Midgeman. It was great playing.
So everybody watching at home when you get here, what an excellent day. We'll be back with another group stages both on the TMW eSports channel and on my Twitch channel. Next week, we're on the 5th. There will also be one group stage that I will be hosting with Redhawk on the 6th of November over on Parabellum. That's going to be on all the Parabellum channels. And then you will join myself, Dankus, CMOPS, and more friends over on the main Paradox pages for the finals. So I will see you there. There's plenty more games to play, plenty more people to see through the finals. Make sure you check out the eSports homepage for this mod, at doros.to/HOI Commanders. You can see links to all the streams. Any past broadcasts will be appearing on there as well. You can find the link to the mod, the rule set, tournament rules, all those good stuff. News and updates about the tournament, who's qualified will also be appearing up there. All sorts of things. Also, if you've been watching on Steam, hello. Sorry, I haven't been able to read your chat, but I hope you've been enjoying the broadcast. Anyway, gang, I've been Midgeman. This has been Group 3 of the HOI4 Commanders Worlds 2024, and we will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Faithful subjects and brave warriors of the German Empire. Our Reich now dominates Europe. A testament to the power and resolve of the German nation. One by one, the mighty have fallen. The burdens of their side are being paid back in the fear of our enemies. It is German science that has sharpened our dagger. And it is German science that will deliver our final strike.
Just a strategy game, it's a ground strategy game.
That's an certain with me. Coming. It's not looking good. Yeah, oh my god, these third ones. That's like 8 divisions, more than that. I mean, it's like... There we have it. CMOX is our champion. The allies needs to win, you know, every against out of 3 bundle to flankers his industry. The deck says he's fine. He's pushing him.
Welcome to the 4th video about our upcoming expansion, Götterdämmerung. I'm Peter Nicholson, Game Director for Hearts of Iron, and today we're finally going to talk about one of the most anticipated